never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, that would be my cue, right? Hey, Steve, wake up. Time to get the show on the road. Let's roll into a Tuesday. All right. As we've crossed over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone, we will work our way time zone to time zone into the 7th day of June. There you go, June 7, 2021. Welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio. If you love a rainy night, as Eddie Rabbit used to sing, at least in the Ohio Valley, this is your kind of night. Just a constant light rain outside the secret bunker from Cincinnati to Indianapolis. Pretty much from Cincinnati to Columbus. You have some heavier rains over there in southeast Ohio towards Parkersburg, West Virginia. Some heavier rain north of Columbus as well. Get on up into northern Indiana, northwest Ohio. Heavy rains encroaching on the Toledo area. Looks like the heaviest of rain is now just east of Chicago, but from Chicago over towards South Bend, you've got some torrential downpours coming in. Yeah, a little thunder and lightning in the mix there as well. And showers, heavy rains extending on down into Rensselaer, Indiana, back toward Kankakee, Illinois. Let's take a look further south. All right, as I mentioned, here in southwest Ohio, northern Kentucky, it's more of a light rain, heavier rains from, from just east of Louisville to Lexington, the entire trek. You're in heavier pockets of rain. Big-time heavy rains from Lexington all the way down to the Tennessee state line. Soggy night along I-75 through the Bluegrass. Get on down toward Bowling Green. Yeah, heavy rains. All right, severe weather. Now we've got to get back into portions of Nebraska, Kansas, southeastern portions of Colorado. Once again tonight, there are severe thunderstorm watches in place for the next several hours. Some of the same areas that were hit by torrential rains over the weekend, round after round. On up into the northeast corner of the country. All right, the rains that we mentioned in northern Ohio, crossing into western portions of New York. Right now, most of the rains from Kingston, Ontario, down into Rochester to Erie, PA. It's more along the lighter side. But if you love a rainy night, it's your kind of night. What do we see as far as the potential for severe weather as we make our way into a Tuesday? Going back over the weekend, of course, we saw intense storms across the plains. Saturday, Storm Prediction Center received nearly 40 reports of severe weather, including a couple of tornadoes near the Colorado-Kansas state line. Curtis, Nebraska. Hail the size of baseballs reported there. Yeah, hail was the big threat again on Sunday. More baseball-sized hail reported in Callaway, Nebraska. Sunday, 90 additional severe weather reports were logged. Overnight, Sunday night into Monday morning, we were kind of following those storms organizing into pretty much a line of severe weather that raced southeast through Kansas and Oklahoma. That same threat pretty much continued through the day Monday. Storms forming just east of the Rockies, moving eastward during the evening and overnight hours. Pretty common setup for this time of year. We had an isolated tornado, one briefly touching down outside of Merriman, Nebraska this past afternoon, adding to the threat list in the area. Top hail reports for your Monday. What did we see? Again, Nebraska, where 2-inch diameter hail was found in St. Edwards, Nebraska. 1 3/4-inch hail in Petersburg, Nebraska. Now, there's the potential for some of these overnight storms tonight to again form into a fast-moving solid line, which could push the threat for damaging winds further east across Kansas. This potential proved itself in Humboldt, Tennessee, where an isolated tornado moved over that city Monday evening. Many of these same areas again seeing that threat for severe storms through the day Tuesday. The threat will again stretch from western Nebraska down to eastern New Mexico. Just like the prior day, hail, wind, and tornadoes will all be a possibility. These types of storms can not only bring dangerous winds and hail, but the torrential, some cases beneficial rain. Nearly all of the western plains are in some stage of drought, according to the U.S. Drought Monitor. And these thunderstorm complexes account for a large portion of the rain seen in the plains during the growing season. Many cities in that area have received less than half the normal rainfall so far this year. So while the rain will be good news for the drought, the number of incidents of flash flooding may increase this week due to the repetitive nature of these thunderstorms. Meanwhile, additional thunderstorms, pockets of rain developing further to the east. This front slowly pushing eastward across the country. As you see that surge of moisture from the Gulf of Mexico, allowing for a swath of rain and storms to develop. The Ohio Valley, Memphis to Louisville to Fort Wayne, areas we just mentioned, all seeing some rainfall tonight. Unlike the storms further to the west, we're not looking at the threat for large hail and tornadoes with these storms. Could see some stronger straight-line winds, though. There's a corridor of tropical moisture streaming out of the Gulf of Mexico into the plains, and that's going to expand eastward this week. That flow of Gulf air, that gives you the fuel for these rounds of heavy showers and thunderstorms. All right, by the time we get into our Tuesday afternoon, storms are going to continue to progress eastward. Looks like later today, centered over the northeast, from Baltimore to Pittsburgh to Buffalo, New York. Much like the areas further west, any thunderstorms later today probably not going to reach the severe limits, but you could have some thunder and lightning with some of these storms as the rain approaches your area in the northeast. Coming up, we'll take a look at the heat wave that's going to be building out west. We're talking about some of our first 110-plus degree days of the late spring as we kind of count down the days to the first day of summer. Looks like Phoenix, Palm Springs, California will all see temperatures surpassing 110 degrees by later this week. Even some of the higher elevations, Flagstaff, where average highs this time of the year would be the middle to upper 70s, you could be looking at breaking your record high of 87 degrees here in just a couple of days. That record stood for like 112 years. Kind of an early start for the heat there in Flagstaff. All right, meanwhile, all the talk is prices at the pump. My. We're seeing areas I mentioned over the weekend. For the first time, I actually saw $4.99 at some of our local pumps. Areas are now at $5.09. The national average continues to jump at, I would have to call it astronomical levels. In normal times, when we share the average pump prices, which change, obviously, typically we get weekly updates. We've been doing daily updates from AAA, but you might see a 5-cent or a 7-cent in a week's time change in a national average. We're seeing those sort of changes on a daily basis right now. We added another 6 cents per gallon to the national average of gasoline on Monday after a new record of $4.81 per gallon on Sunday. National average, according to AAA Monday, is now $4.87 per gallon, rapidly approaching the $5 per gallon mark. Average price for a gallon of regular unleaded surging 60 cents per gallon in just the past month. The most expensive average in the history of the United States. The 1 week price spikes, some of these astronomical changes, 1 week change, you've added 45 cents per gallon to your average in the state of Michigan. You've added 41 cents in the state of Indiana, 39-cent increase in 1 week in the state of Wisconsin. Staggering numbers. The price hikes in Colorado, Kentucky, Minnesota, Nebraska, Ohio, and Texas have also been steep. All those 6 states saw a minimum increase of 30 cents per gallon in just the past week. Amid this unprecedented surge, all 50 states Average fuel prices well in excess of $4 per gallon. Oklahoma was the last state to breach that $4 per gallon mark a little over a week ago. Yeah, the state posting the lowest unleaded gas right now, according to Gas Buddy, is the state of Georgia, where your average price has jumped to $4.28 per gallon. According to Gas Buddy, they monitor the fuel trends throughout the various markets. Indiana averaging $5.12 per gallon, $5.14 for Arizona, $5.15 for Michigan. And the numbers continue to go up. $5.39 in Washington, $5.40 in Oregon. Illinois averaging $5.43 per gallon. It's just, matter of fact, there's a Chevron gas station in L.A. last week we were talking about that has regular unleaded at $8.05 per gallon. Now, in a blog post this past day, Monday, AAA attributing the record high fuel cost to the volatility in the market and high demand right now. According to the Energy Information Administration, AAA revealed that gasoline stocks decreased 5.1 million barrels to 414.7 million barrels, while demand skyrocketed from 8.8 million barrels per day to 8.98 million barrels per day. As such, the price hikes are not likely to dissipate in the short term. People are fueling up despite these high prices. AAA said at some point, drivers may change their daily driving habits, and that's going to be likely due to these high prices, but we're not there yet. Analysts continue to predict U.S. drivers could pay more than $5 per gallon through the entire summer. Of course, last month, J.P. Morgan analyst warned that the national average will potentially hit $6.20 per gallon by August. And remember, when you're talking a national average, the national average at $4.87 right now. In Georgia, it's $4.28. If you hit $6.20, there are going to be states in excess of $7 per gallon for regular unleaded. Yes, the Biden administration has been catching plenty of heat about these record high fuel prices, but apparently the White House has no immediate plan to reduce prices. The idea we're going to be able to, maybe flip a switch and bring down the cost of gas. It's not going to happen in the near term, nor is it going to happen in regards to food prices. So said the president about a week ago. Now, as a counter to Biden's speculation, back in January of last year, 21, final month of Donald Trump's tenure in the White House, average price of gas was at $2.41 per gallon. Now, there were some states that were at that point even reporting prices less than $2 per gallon. But remember, it's the Putin gas hike. It's Putin's fault. Hello to Philly Dan. Morning drivers from Philadelphia. All right, stay safe. God bless the Rambler. Hello to Roy. Timothy says, good morning, 66 degrees in Rocky Mount, Virginia. High pressure pumping, ready to roll. Here we go. Greetings from the great liberal Northwest. I got a load in the morning and head back to Kansas. One of our Facebook friends says Facebook user. Okay. Hello to Chevy Guy, copy in the mail. There's Richard from Central Florida. A 72-degree evening. Hello, Steve, and all the listeners out there. Joe Self, morning. Morning, Steve, all the Overnight Drive listeners. We have a nice 68 degrees here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. Everybody stay safe. Have a good night. There's Norman checking in with rain and storms rolling through here, north central Kansas. It's a soggy 71 degrees as I enjoy a little bit of time off. All right. Gerald checking in. Howdy, Steve, and all the Overnight Drive Nation. 68 outside in Cape Girardeau. Everybody stay safe and let's truck. Kevin, morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Everybody be safe. Ready for a good show tonight. I'll try and live up to your expectations. High Pressure Pumpkin says regular unleaded, $5.25 per gallon in Fort Wayne tonight. $5.25. Morning to Dwayne. Roger. Hey, good morning. It's Malpractice checking in. Hammer down with 75,000 chicks behind me. Hope everybody has a blessed night. And Hammer down from North Carolina, hauling those little chicks. Hello to Deborah in Indiana. It's a rainy morning here in Indiana. Yes, gas $5.25 in Indianapolis. Hope everybody stays safe this morning, especially my special driver, Woodpecker. Okay, there you go. That was, all right, so it was Woodpecker that checked in last Friday morning. I didn't realize that was your special driver, Deborah. All right, good afternoon. Hammer down. There's Larry checking in. We've got 67 degrees in Newburgh, New York. Billy on board. Morning, Steve, and the overnight drive. Folks headed up to Garysburg, North Carolina, then down to Georgetown, South Carolina. Buckeye Boy is on board from Ackworth, Georgia. 70 degrees, a humid night, and some light rain at the home 20. My stepson, who turned 39 this past day, said it was heavy rain, lightning off and off his watch about 6 miles from me. Met him and his family for a birthday dinner, had a good time. Heading out in the morning, though, for Davie, Florida. So I'll be catching up on Thursday, Sunday, and tonight's shows via the podcast. I absolutely love the ability to listen to the past shows on the podcast. So everybody, have a great night. Be careful out there. I'm glad you tuned into those. I appreciate that. Buckeye Boy. Couple more here. There's Norman. Let's see. Gas $4.50 a gallon here in Kansas. Diesel at $5.40 per gallon. There's Jim. Gas prices in Ringgold, Georgia. Couple of stations were showing $4.19 this past day. Santa Claus, top of the morning. We've got 78 degrees here at March Air Force Base. Ready to head up to Northern California, so Steve, keep me awake. We'll do our best. Here's the 15 car on board. Happy Tuesday. Perfect 67 in Charlotte tonight. Working with the garage doors open tonight. All right, there you go. It is 844-844-3388. Tom Kelly, check it in from the TNC Radio.live studios. It's a warm, muggy night at the Houston studios. A balmy 83 degrees, 75% humidity, so it feels like 87 out the door at this hour. Coming up after the overnight drive on TNC Radio.live, it's the Truckers Network radio show with Shelley Johnson. Shelley's joined by Tom Kelly and most of the host of the new TNC Radio primetime lineup. Listen in and hear about all the new shows, including Shannon Courier's Southern Route and Tom Kirk's reworked Keep On Talking Live. Then Dr. Christopher Kortman on Building Strong Minds discusses how we should talk to our youngsters, our children, about the tragic events in the news, like the shooting in Uvalde, Texas. Kids today are exposed to the news that most of us could never imagine when we were their age. How true that is. Dr. Chris lays out 10 solid rules to follow when your kids are faced with news they wish they had never heard. Finally, starting at 7 a.m. Eastern Time, our friends from TFC Global interview John Slaughter of Healthy Trucking of America. There you go, TNCRadio.live. Underway here on a Tuesday. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, get to your calls coming up here. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. Couple of other friends checking out under the Facebook user post. Says, I guess I don't have a name except Facebook user. Oh, well, just another day in paradise. I'm thinking, is that Scotty? There's one guy that says that every time he checks in, just another day in paradise. All right. Let's see. A former owner-operator Ignorant Dumbass Association member checking in. The legendary Big Moose on board. Yep. Morning to Gilligan. Morning, Steve and fellow listeners. Clear, warm night in Stoneville, North Carolina with 65 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Diesel's gone over $6 per gallon in Virginia. Looking at $6.15 at the Pilot in Harrisonburg. And Santa Claus chimes back in. I'm listening to this discussion about $5.25 per gallon fuel. Yeah, almost makes me feel like I should leave the land of fruits and nuts. I mean, I consider myself lucky if I can find fuel under $7 per gallon. Yes, indeed. Yeah, the $5.25 they're talking about, that's the regular unleaded. I'm assuming the diesel's been running about $1 higher, so you're probably talking $6.25 a gallon for diesel in those areas that have just jumped up over the $5 per gallon mark. Morning to Miss Millie. Hi there. Morning, Steve and all the crew. Kind of a wet night here in the Foster, Kentucky area. Looking at the story of what do we have, 10, 12,000 illegals headed for our border right now. Arrival time in about 2 weeks. Yep, according to the headlines, Miss Millie, this very well is anticipated to be the largest caravan ever headed toward the United States. They're coming. I tell you what, let me jump up to Gary on board there. Did you get my message? It's time for a full report there, Gary.
Yes, I did, Steve. Good morning. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. How about you? I guess you're trying to get the car back together, right? I guess the front end that you got ready to roll looks good.
Yeah, we first off, when it happened, I was just tucked my head down and tucked my tail and thought, I done something I shouldn't have done that I've done many a times, pedaling the car. And we was racing. We was in the semifinals. First time out with the car.
Yeah.
And I pedaled it a couple of times. I passed the guy 3 times that I was racing. Had the guy covered by almost a second. And the second pedal, the car just right turn Clyde, I mean, it snapped that quick, and I couldn't catch it, kissed the wall pretty hard. I hit the wall hard enough that it unhinged the driver's door completely off, and it was dragging the track. I reached out, grabbed the door, raised it up, continued on down the track, and I'm sitting there watching the right front fender, bouncing up and down, and I'm thinking, this ain't gonna be good.
Oh, boy.
And got to the end of the track. Of course, the guy had to come over and let me out because, the door was literally off. The only thing holding it was the strap. And I got out and I walked around. I thought, oh, no, this is bad. And we are back to the trailer. They brought some pieces of the body that was laying out there on the track. I sort of tucked my head and I admitted a couple of days later, I put it on Facebook that it was 100% my stupid mistake. And I kind of left it at that. And a guy by the name of Sean McLemore, which owns the molds to the body, reached out to me and said, hey, I've got, when I started learning how to mold the bodies, he's a couple of front ends. He said they're not good enough to sell, but you're more than welcome to come down and see if there's something you can use. And I said, I'll be there Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
And I went down to his house. I emptied out Nashville. I went to his house. I walked in the shop, and there sat 2 noses, actually 3 noses. One spare nose for his car, and there was 2 other noses, which is the 2. And he said, tell you what, he said, load both them in your trailer and take them. If you can use them, great. If you can't, I'll see what I can do. So I thanked him about 50 times, and we loaded them in the trailer. I dropped them off at Skippy's house down there where the car's at. I said, I'll put a plan together to come down and pick the car up, take it to get it fixed or something. And he said, well, if you want to fix it, he said, you can do it right here. And I thought, well, it cost me probably $2,000 in fuel to go home and bring the car back. I said, so, I might as well just do it myself. I know how to do it,
Mm-hmm.
And I loaded a load, went down. I was down there a week and a half and got the front end completely mounted, done, painted. I mean, it looks real good. And I haven't had a paint gun in my hand in 15, 16 years. And got the body pretty well put back together, glued back together, the door fixed. I wanted to get it all the way painted, but I just run out of time. I got a load I have to pick up, so I'm committed. So I had to stop down there, beat feet for my load. And as we was working on the car, Andy or Skippy, whatever you want to call him, was leaning over the slick talking to me while I was working. I can't even remember what I was working on. And I reached him. I heard something clunk real loud. And I thought, what's he doing? He just leaning against the car. And it come to find out, evidently when I was pedaling the car, that it sheared a 4-link bolt, which is the rear suspension. When it sheared the bolt, it messed up the rear end bracket, and that 4-link come unhooked. which immediately changes all the suspension, and it lets the rear end move back on the one side, and it's going to turn. I mean, there's nothing you can do. And boy, as soon as he said, "Come here and look at this, it's pretty serious," I walked around there, and I said, "I knew I wasn't imagining things." And he said, "You shouldn't have been pedaling." He said, "But everything happens for a purpose." He said, "Had this bolt broke another 150 foot down the track, what would have happened?" I said, "I'd have been out in the woods somewhere, crashed really bad."
So you're saying, long story short, it wasn't really per se your fault. It was a broken suspension part?
Yep. And we didn't put it on Facebook because we knew, people would say, "Yeah, it's just an excuse. You crashed the car."
Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah. So we know what happened. I fixed the rear end part that was broke. We got all new bolts in it. Everything that was messed up, it never done any structure damage to the chassis other than the 4-link bracket. And we put it back together, and we know we're really, really close, but the what little bit of data we did get by running the car that weekend, the other car has never been that much quicker like this one was. Like where we was going pretty much an average in 60 foot, 0.98 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
This one went 0.95 the second hit on the car. And we wasn't even tuned up. It's tuned way back. The other car would pull about 2.8 Gs. This one pulled 3.8 Gs. So it's going to be a serious hot rod. So I'll get empty Thursday. I'll be down to his house Thursday afternoon, about 3 or 4 hours worth of work, and we'll be headed to Crossville, Tennessee for this Friday and Saturday, weather permitting.
So you're going to try to get her on the track this weekend then?
Somewhere down south, I'll guarantee we will be at a racetrack somewhere.
Okay.
If it rains it out there, we will go somewhere else. But it's definitely going to be a hot rod. There's no doubt about it. The changes that was made to the motor and the zipping the horsepower up over the winter, it will be a solid. We got to get there, but it'll be a solid 360 car, no doubt in my mind.
Wow, cool.
I mean, it's that much of it. Oh, it picked up 0.3 just in 60 foot, and if it just follows through with that to the end, your 390s become 360s. But it'll be a eye catcher, and everybody knows it because all the big time guys were standing there watching it. I mean, the first hit, it pulled the wheels about right at the hit, and they was about 3.5 foot up before I pedaled it to get out of it to get the wheels back on the ground. And then the second pass is when he tuned it down a little bit, and it went about 150 foot. And he tuned it to get it to set the front wheels back down, at least drive it. And I didn't give his change a chance to work. I pedaled it. I said, "I'll fix it," but you're in race mode then, you're not.
Yep.
It's just instinct, but
like you said, you were in the semifinals. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if we'd have been just testing, I wouldn't even have paid any attention to the guy beside me. But I was in race mode, and I was going to the end of the track ahead of that guy. But, everything happens for a purpose, and every time we pretty much, not so per se hit the wall, but every time that we have not went A to B is because there was something drastic that we found after the fact. So, it's just, as far as I'm concerned, the good Lord looking out. And everything's good as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, we busted up, bent up some parts, but nothing that can't be fixed.
Right.
I was a little sore.
Could have been a whole lot
nice
worse.
Bruises.
Yeah, I bet.
Oh, most definitely. But I'll keep you posted. I'll if we get a run Friday night, I don't know if I'll get on the air, but I'll at least send you something.
Okay, yeah.
If we get a video uploaded, I'll
send it my way so we can share it. Yeah, because we won't be live Friday night, because that's Friday night and Saturday night when we're in repeat mode, weekend mode. But Crossville, Tennessee, that's the plan. I just shared Gary. That's Gary Collins, been one of our listening friends for years. So just shared some of the photos that he put up this past day. That's where I sent him the message. Hey, time to give us a full. We haven't talked to Gary since the incident there when, again, first weekend, first time at the track for this brand new vehicle this year for Gary. But I'm way behind on my news break. We'll take care of that. Get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
British Prime Minister Boris Johnson survived a no-confidence vote, receiving the support of 211 of his fellow Conservatives out of 359. It's 58%, but a slimmer margin than his predecessor, Theresa May, who resigned in 2019, 6 months after she survived her no-confidence vote. Nevertheless, Johnson hailed the victory.
I think this is a very good result for politics and for the country. I do. Just in this sense, I think it's a convincing result.
Johnson's leadership was rocked when it was revealed that he and his staff held illegal parties during COVID lockdowns. Past prime ministers who survived no confidence votes often emerge in weakened positions. The Dow added 16 points on Monday, the Nasdaq gained 49, and the S&P 500 was up 13 points. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com. Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1-800-888-7630 and you're guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new Morgan Silver Dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment, available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we'll get back to your calls here in just a second. I did not realize, I just came across the post from LaVon Miller, LaVon Miller's with Kyle Fisher and a handful of others. A link this past day which reads, the ending of an era and the excitement of the next level. This past weekend, was the finale for the Firepunk Diesel Hot Shot Secret S10, as we will be disassembling to start transplanting parts into the new 70 Duster Pro Mod chassis, currently being built by Reese Brothers Race Cars. We're hoping to debut the car later this year and look forward to pushing this to the next level of diesel power racing. I guess, in other words, trying to surpass the records that were set by the Hot Shot Secret Firepunk Diesel S10 in recent years, world's fastest diesel. So it'll be going in. They've got, I guess, the artist's depiction of what the vehicle that's being built currently by Reese Brothers. That'll be sweet. Another diesel race car, but so you can check out those photos I just shared again via my Facebook page, the Steve Summers Facebook page, and you'll find it. The links there also. Yeah, Kyle had shared that on the Hot Shot Secret page. LaVon Miller on the Firepunk Diesel. Everybody's pretty much shared that this past day, but I had no idea that the Firepunk S10 was coming to an end. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Let's head over to the former owner-operator Ignorant Dumbass Association.
Well, good morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. How are you?
I'm doing well. What's going on, Moose?
Oh, not a whole lot. I just listening to the podcast yesterday, and I noticed there's a certain member of the radio family, I ain't going to mention no names because we all know how sensitive he is, but talking about us ignorant dumbass association members, and I just thought I'd chime in with my 2 cents on the topic, if you'll permit me.
Well, lay it on us.
Well, first question is this a hot mic?
It is.
We all know these.
It is a hot mic.
Well,
and your phone almost sounds
Okay.
like it's overloading a little bit. I don't know. Maybe you on a headset or just the handheld or.
I'm just on the handheld. Maybe I turn it down a little bit. Is that better?
That's better.
Okay. Well, I want to make sure it's a hot mic because, these podcasts, they'll go into the record forever because, once it gets on the internet, it don't ever go away.
Right,
and,
right.
You got these guys on here, not like I said, I'm not mentioning no names, driving these little red automatic trucks around, governed at 68 miles an hour, playing homesteader in the left lane, and get their panties in a bunch when somebody's trying to get around them, has to pass them on the right or whatever, and then they get their little cameras out and take pictures, and I guess they forgot that snitches get stitches, and this is a bunch of crap. But Steve, that call was almost enlightening to me. I must be a dumbass, I sit up all night and give a damn what these idiots think, but I'm going to tell you how smart I am. I've hired a guy like that, thinks that his crap don't stink. He can just put around and do whatever he wants to, but I tell you how smart I am. I fire pricks like that. That's what I do, And like I said, I'm not going to mention no names because these guys, like to hide behind attorneys and their wives and scream, "Mom, they're picking on me," But I'm just going to leave it with this. I'm going to take this 5+ million mile safe driving award I got here, and I'm going to throw it under the cargo hold of that Prevost Marathon motor coach I got out here, and I'm going to go down to the fishing hole in the morning, and I'm going to pass every one of them 68 mile an hour Ozark trucks I can find on the way, and if he wants to send a video to my safety man, he's a real jackass. He's got a fax machine right there in the bathroom, so you just send him on down. And I'm going to think real long and hard about how bad it sucks to be me while I'm sitting up here retired while he's still waiting on some 23-year-old dispatcher with 3 hairs in his mustache to get him home. So with that, I'll say keep it twixt the spotted and the solid, sunny side up, and I'll be 10-10 somewhere till we do it again, and I'm going to bed.
Heading down to the fishing hole. Well, good luck with your little expedition there. Thanks for checking in. All right, what are we looking at? About 9 before the hours. Let's see. David shared this past morning, and this is the reality. It's because as we're talking, the increase in these prices, what we're paying at the pump every single day. People sharing. Saw a gentleman just a few minutes ago said, "I've spent $1,137 on fuel already this week, and I've got to fuel 2 more times this week. This cannot continue." David says, no matter what side you're on, red, blue, or purple, I don't care. We're all about to get a reality check in the coming months. May I share a few fun facts? He's got a photograph of the the marquee signs that, regular unleaded, mid-grade, premium, and then the green, of course, would be the diesel, as you know. Yeah, the world runs on that green number, the diesel. Here's a few things that run by diesel. Number one, shipping. 18-wheelers, trains, ships, all the above. Your fire, EMS units, your large backup generators, supplying the likes of hospitals and other large buildings, your construction equipment, your construction trade employees' vehicles, your farm equipment, your mining equipment. You know, coal makes electricity. Let us not forget your logging equipment, meaning lumber for your homes. You better place your political beliefs aside in a little box for a while. This is well beyond the red team or the blue team. I hope you have a plan in place. Another thing to ponder, the comforts you enjoy today are about to crumble. As we look at our budgets, a lot's about to drop off our personal payrolls. When it comes to fueling vehicles and feeding families, many monthly subscriptions are toast. The AC's going to have to be a little warmer. The streaming services will be dropped. Trips will be canceled. Your meals will be lighter. The stadiums will be empty. I can only hope as this disastrous distraction dissolves, we'll start to see the prison we have built around ourselves over these last few years. We're kind of in the process of, I guess he's kind of alluding to, we're boxing ourselves into a corner. It kind of makes sense. But yes, the world runs on that green number. And he's right. As people start looking at their budgets, what can I shave off my budget? Well, I guess the Netflix can go. I guess the Disney Plus can go. I already cut the cable because it was too high to begin with. We were trying to save a little on the streaming. I guess if I'm running a business and I have to have a cell phone, okay, the smartphone can stay for now. But you're going to see shaving this, shaving that. Yes, people are already canceling trips. It's 844-844-3388. Back into this Tuesday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, so we were a tad bit getting to our bottom of the hour news. Top of the hour just around the corner here, a couple minutes away. Let's say hello to a few other listening friends. There's Dave Swick on board. Morning, y'all. Switching it up tonight, swapping wagons in Cleveland. 69, a little rainy. About to pick up the anchor and head back to Western New York. Let's go, Brandon. Judy on board. Yeah, the illegals on their way. Katie barred the door. Yeah, here they come. There's Jan with us this morning. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive family from South Carolina. Bill says, hey, Steve, if you check out Frontline America with Ben Barquam, they've been covering the illegals at the border from all around the world. They've been on the case for months and months. They've got a whole lot of video evidence. All right, I will check that out. Hello to Pappy. Another D-Day, 6th of June, has come and gone. I had dozed off, just woke up. Let's get ready to roll. Better late than never. That was about 10 minutes ago, right? Okay. Hello to Captain Ron on board. Yeah, you joined in when we were in our late break. Is it just commercials tonight? Yeah, no, we were late getting into that bottom of the hour, so it was a normal stop set, but hello to Deranger this morning. Donovan, little Rambler, checks in. Morning, Donovan, good to have you with us. Morning, Steve, in the Overnight Drive Nation. Terry checking in, let's see, just filled up. South Vienna, Ohio, $5.69 a gallon. $1,372 and some change. Filled it to the brim. Yeah, what the man said about everyday diesel treatment is absolutely the gospel. Yeah, we were talking about that the other night. Yeah, use your everyday diesel treatment. You're going to improve your fuel economy enough to cover the cost of the treatment and still have plenty left over after the fact. Yes, it does work. All right, trains run on diesel as well. Yep. That's what Roy said. Norman said, trains are kind of a hybrid. Yeah, you got the generator, to charge the batteries, whatever. But we'll give you the rest of the story. There's about 10,000, they say, that have joined into the caravan on its way through Mexico that just departed here a couple of days ago. Thousands more anticipated to join in what may become the largest migrant caravan to march to the U.S. southern border. This caravan, as it stands right now, stretches about 32 miles from beginning to end. The number of people that are marching. Like I said, rest of the story coming up. Let's get a news break, and of course, back with your calls ahead here on a Tuesday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
58% of his party mates still have confidence in British Prime Minister Boris Johnson, but the margin of victory is slimmer than his predecessor, Theresa May, who resigned in 2019, 6 months after she survived her no-confidence vote. Johnson made fellow conservatives cringe and received a public backlash when it was revealed that he and his staff held illegal parties during COVID lockdowns. He is calling it a convincing win, however, adding that the party should now come together. Texas Democrat Jessica Cisneros says she will request a recount in her primary runoff against incumbent Congressman Henry Cuellar. Less than 200 votes separates the contenders. Cisneros is a progressive activist who knocked Cuellar for his more conservative views. Cuellar has received the support of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, among others. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Wall Street closed higher as investors wrestled with whether the economy will avoid a recession amid rising interest rates and high inflation. The Dow added 16 points, the Nasdaq gained 49, and the S&P 500 was up 13. Elon Musk is threatening to walk away from his $44 billion bid to buy Twitter. He's accusing the company of refusing to give him information about its spam bot and fake accounts. Lawyers for the Tesla and SpaceX CEO made the threat in a letter that was disclosed in a filing with the Securities and Exchange Commission. The former top leader of the Proud Boys was charged with seditious conspiracy along with other members of the group. The federal government accusing Henry Torrio and 4 others with the coordinated attack on the Capitol on January 6, 2021, to stop Congress from certifying President Biden's 2020 election victory. They are scheduled to go on trial in August in D.C. federal court. You are listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne LaRoute. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download on iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
The United States has moved to seize 2 luxury jets after linking them to Russian oligarch Roman Abramovich. One is a $60 million Gulfstream. The other is a $350 million aircraft, believed to be one of the most expensive private airplanes in the world. The action comes after new sanctions and penalties were announced on Russian oligarchs and elites, Kremlin officials, and businessmen linked to President Vladimir Putin and their yachts, aircraft, and firms that manage them. President Biden promised to pursue Russian elites' quote, ill-gotten gains after the Kremlin invaded Ukraine back in February. Investigators in Wisconsin are expanding their look into the man accused of fatally shooting a retired state judge. Wisconsin Attorney General Josh Call says 56-year-old Douglas Udi targeted Judge John Romer, who gave Udi a 6-year prison term in 2005.
The Juneau County Special Tactics and Response Team entered the residence and located the homeowner, a 68-year-old male, who was deceased.
Call confirmed there was a hit list found in Udi's car, but did not go into specifics of who was on it. Sources tell several outlets that names, including the Democratic governors of Wisconsin and Michigan, were on it, along with Republican Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell. Udi is in critical condition at a hospital after he was found in Romer's basement with a self-inflicted gunshot wound. You can listen to us online anywhere that you are. Our web address is usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Okay, welcome back. Hour number 2. Where'd we leave off there? Oh, yeah, the caravan. Monday, the report said the caravan set out from the city of Tapachula, Mexico's southern border with Guatemala, headed north toward the United States. The caravan is expected to grow to about 15,000 on its way north, which would make it the largest caravan to reach the U.S. southern border. The migrants in the caravan primarily consist of people from Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua. The Guardian reports the caravan also consists of people from Haiti, El Salvador, Honduras, Guatemala, even people from India, Bangladesh, and some African countries. The caravan's expected to travel along what is known as the coastal route to reach the U.S. southern border. The caravan's organizer and director of the nonprofit Center for Human Dignification tells Fox News there were about 9,500 in the caravan Monday, but more are continuing to join. The caravan currently stretches about 32 miles from beginning to end. Now, the organizer said there were between 100 and 150 members of Mexico's National Guard, state police, and personnel from the Mexican National Migration Institute, the INM, at the first police checkpoint for the caravan. But authorities ultimately let the caravan continue on its way. All this as the Biden administration continues their fight to end Title 42, which was the Trump-era rule that allowed the U.S. to expel asylum seekers without the typical legal process. Again, initially started early in the COVID pandemic as a way to help prevent spreading the virus. The CDC announced earlier this year they were going to lift the order, end Title 42. There's lawsuits filed by 24 states that at least temporarily put plans to end the rule to a halt, with a Louisiana district judge ruling that the restrictions can stay in place until the lawsuit is resolved. The states have been arguing that lifting the rule will lead to an absolute wave of illegal migration and drug trafficking. Obviously, many, they call them the critics, blaming the president for creating what has become a crisis at the southern border. As, yes, President Biden's reversal of the Trump-era immigration policies have created an actual incentive for migrants to make that dangerous journey through Mexico to the U.S. border. Here's another issue that's become politically challenging for the White House, seemingly leading to Biden's change of tune when it comes to migrants seeking refuge in the U.S. But it's all talk. Are they actually physically doing anything to prevent this? No. But by saying things like, quote, don't leave your town or city or community, we're going to make sure we have facilities in those cities and towns run by Department of Human Services and Access with Health and Human Services to say you can apply for asylum from right where you are right now. Stay where you are, apply for asylum there, and then wait for the official word to come back. No, they take all that with a grain of salt. The caravan is on the way. Again, it's expected to be 15,000, maybe larger, by the time it arrives at the southern border. Here we go again, I guess you'd have to say. Morning, Carolina Monkey Gouger. What's going on?
Hey, what's going on, Steve? Just thought I'd call and check in after them comments made last night by a certain individual. Me and Moose was talking last night after I talked to you. He called me and we were talking about what we needed to do to, fix this apparatus we'd come up with. And I told him, I said, there's really nothing that we can do to it because it's 100% really right on. I mean, it's Steve, this is a real game changer for me. I mean, this thing is really going to make my life a lot easier that Moose has come up with. And about 6 o'clock this morning, my telephone lit up. I mean, just one call after another, emails, text messages, everything. Did you hear the show last night? Did you hear the show? I said, no, after I got off with Steve, Moose called me. We were talking about, what we were going to do next. And they said, you need to go back and listen to the podcast. Go back and listen to the podcast. I said, well, what time? He said, oh, it's about 4:40. I cannot believe the things that clown got on there and said last night, Steve. It just amazes me that this clown is that stupid. I'll call him a test dummy because all those gadgets that he got on his truck one day will put him out of a job. Because, you just said something a while ago about people cutting back. Well, these large trucking companies, these mega carriers and the ones like this dumbass drives for, they're eventually going to get this technology where they don't need dumbasses like that driving down the road. Because all that he is a test dummy for all this technology where he's taking pictures with his camera and doing this and doing that. That's all he is a test dummy. But Steve, I got something to tell him. We outnumber the big mega carriers. 75% of the freight moved in this country moves on trucks with 6 owners or less. Now, we've said this time after time again. And these mega carriers, where they have major overhead, where owner-operator didn't have to have all that overhead. I don't know what he's thinking about, but I can, we run into a situation, Steve, back in the old days. You remember the clown that was running around Chattanooga, taking pictures, claimed he was a safety service and turning them in and everything. And what happened to him? They run him in a concrete barrier down there. I hope this don't happen to this clown. But for him to claim he is a fellow trucker, a brother trucker, to pull this kind of crap is nothing short of being a schoolhouse punk. And that's all he is, a punk. I mean, so what? The guy cut him off. He run down the road and he had to, he probably crowding the left lane 65 miles an hour because that's all his truck runs, maybe 68 at top speed. He might get 72 out of it running downhill. And that fella had to move on, so he went around him and moved on. It's none of his business what that guy does to make a living. It ain't his business to take pictures and play speed cop. If he wanted to be a speed cop, why didn't he get a damn badge and be become a speed cop or enforcer? Because he's he's a dumbass. But Steve, that thing burnt me up last night. And the thing that got me is he claimed to be a major player in this radio show. You know what the most asked question was at the truck show when we was up there walking around? Where's that dumb ass? Where's that dumb ass? And we said, who are you talking about? So we're talking about the one that takes them hour to mash them mashed potatoes up. I said, yeah, I know who you're talking about. And Steve, I didn't see him up there contributing nothing. He wasn't up there walking, pounding the ground when we were trying to get sponsors and stuff for this show. I didn't see him do nothing. So, you know, I reckon we was a bunch of dumbasses, right?
He did preface his comment with, how did he put it? I'm going to make an asinine comment or something. That's.
Well, we should have known it was coming right off the bat. I mean, that's all that comes out of his mouth, the asinine. He don't never bring nothing to it unless he's running somebody down. But that thing just really got to me this morning when I heard that. But anyway, I run 40 every week. He won't stop to have a cup of coffee and talk man to man. I'd be more than happy to sit there and talk man to man to him, see if he can carry on a decent conversation. So Steve, with that, I'm gonna buck on out of here, and we'll talk to you tomorrow night, buddy.
Hey, thanks for checking in, Monkey Gouger. I guess you're at the Marina Del Rey, aren't you?
Well, I got 2 more stops to put off in the morning. Then we off for the rest of the week till Sunday, and then we start back on that pattern. But I got to go hold that grandbaby today. Boy, he growing like a weed. Seemed like he grew 3 inches while I was gone, and he's eating good and everything. And he was just sitting there in my arms, just looking up at me like, who is this big ugly SOB? But he's moving around, and they took him back to the doctor today, and he gained 4 more ounces. So the doctor was really, really proud of that, and I was glad because I mean, you know, he's progressing every day. So anyway, we're gonna go see if we can't get some of that fish to jump in the boat, commit suicide the rest of the week, and we're going to be drinking that good cold Bud Light, buddy.
Sounds like a plan. All right, thank you. Thank you for checking in, Carolina Monkey Gouger. All right. There was a social media post by the owner of a small trucking company that went viral in recent weeks, offering some alarming insight into how the skyrocketing diesel prices are pushing an already struggling industry towards the brink of collapse. The post was shared by Iron River Express, the owner of Iron River Express, Austin Smith, on June the 2nd, like I said, a few days ago. But in the post, Smith breaks down how much it costs to keep his 3 trucks moving each day as the diesel fuel continues to go higher and higher and reaching crushingly high levels. Now, Smith said he recently paid more than $20,000 out of pocket to keep his fleet moving for a week. Trucking companies are going to go under left and right, literally hundreds weekly, if you're not aware. What you're wearing, what you're eating, what you're living in, what you're driving, what you're reading this on was delivered by a truck. If something drastic doesn't change in the next few weeks or months, I promise you'll see empty shelves everywhere you look. We'll see chaos as people begin to fight for basic necessities of everyday life. Your foods, your medicines. Yeah, that post was shared nearly 260,000 times with tens of thousands of likes and comments to his statements. But one of our industry headlines from CDL Life this past day. Hey, we'll return after a quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, let me give a big shout out to Wheelchair Dave. I got your care package this past day, and I'm actually wearing one of the shirts you sent me. This is it's like a vintage Racers for Rescue. Now they have a race car. Vintage Racers for Rescue. It's rescue animals. Sent me a long sleeve shirt and a short sleeve shirt. I'm wearing the short sleeve, obviously, for this comfortable Tuesday morning. They sent me a bunch of photographs. I guess when he was out and about at the track, the number 2, actually the vintage Racers for Rescue stock car, which features a rescue dog on the hood of the car. And a bunch of photographs from down at the track. Bill Elliott's car. Yeah, yes, it's a Ford Fusion. Got some of, what's his name, Joe Nemechek's car. There's Wheelchair Dave with Mike Helton, the president of NASCAR. There you go. Let's see. Steve, you know who likes these skull busters? That's the old Rusty Wallace car. The Miller Lite. There you go. All right. Thank you so much. Wheelchair Dave, I appreciate that. Thanks for being a listener to the program as well. Hello to John, a.k.a. Dogbone this morning, sitting in Corbin, Kentucky. Some light rain. Yeah, that's probably just because I got my truck washed earlier today. Sure enough. Got 73 degrees, headed to Louisville, and then right back to Columbia, South Carolina, utilizing the sleeper berth split this morning. All right, good to have you on board there. Let's jump down to Chevy Guy. What's happening, Chevy Guy?
Oh, good morning. I have to throw this in because of all the things being said. I remember back in the 80s, early 80s, you had the independent strike one year. People were throwing crap off the bridge. That was the owner-operators was striking the one year. Then the next year, the union strike, and they were throwing crap off the bridge. But one of the older drivers that was in this little small Ford truck outfit, I remember him saying, "That's all right. Just remember, if you pick up an owner operator and let him out, 2 things you have to check for: your door handles and your coffee thermos." So it's just bringing back those memories, you know. It really got to keep all this in just good fun, you know. I called for the reason there was that you had said that the trauma these kids are getting today and how
in the news
professionals need to talk to them, and like it's never happened before. I'm sorry. I grew up in the 60s. I was 6 years old, 63, when our president was shot. I remember sitting there, and I sat through the funeral. There was riots, and they made it on TV. Walter Cronkite was on our TV, and and he brought all that stuff to us. Then later on, you had the Vietnam War, and they were bulldozing people. You know,
right?
Viet
Yeah.
Cong,
I mean, I remember watching when they actually showed the films when I was in. I guess I was in middle school at the time, so 7th, 8th grade. I mean, they showed the Holocaust films where they were bulldozing the bodies there. The Nazis bulldozing the bodies of the Jews. I don't think they were saying we've never had to talk to kids about traumatic events, but in those days, we weren't talking about the idea of someone coming in and killing a bunch of their schoolmates. I guess, the school shootings kind of things.
No, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. But that can be solved by locking down our schools and taking it serious. After Sandy Hook, there's no excuse. Absolutely no excuse. But I'm just saying, our children, American children now, will survive it. I'll tell you what did me is because every Sunday we went to church. There was no argument. You got up, you ate breakfast, and you headed for, Mom had the clothes laid out, and you got in the clothes, and you heard you were guided. It weren't preached to as much. You just were surrounded by the Word on Sunday morning, and the way my foster parents lived their life. So. I'm telling you, counselors at one time coming up and talking may even traumatically scare the crap out of the kids too,
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just saying that my experience in the past of counselors in an orphanage was not good. I mean, But listen, the whole worldwide. I mean, children are being grown up and seeing some horrific things. A lot of them end up making their way here to the United States, and they end up being very successful in life. So, I think truly, like 9/11, I remember one of the biggest things that people were doing is say, go home and hug your family, gather up your family, and I think that should have been a given before 9/11, and that should be now. And I tried, I get in there, and it seems like I'm a nuisance to my kids and my grandkids. But, and trucking, they were all back there, I was too busy, I guess. And all of a sudden, after 9/11, I was, checking on them, talking to them. And I'm doing my best to be more of a communicator with my own family. And it's not easy for all that emotional stuff. But, strangers coming in and talking to you kids ain't going to work. It's just telling them there are bad people out there. And listen, they see this stuff on TV all the time, the violence. And I know in the 60s, we'd get our plastic helmets, go out and play Vietnam in the woods. Nobody wanted to wear the black pajamas. We called them, we had a name for them. I won't use it. So, we was all going after imaginary Viet Cong, So, but the kids nowadays, and my grandson, I've talked to him, and he didn't come back to me much. I said, you sat there off those video games and shot and killed. You could hear the shot hit the flesh, and the air gush out of their lungs, and they fall to the ground. I said, all they were doing to you since you were 10, 11, 12
is practicing for you to go to war. So, I think, we need to make sure that our kids know that life is precious. And I think what it's going to do, the education of the fact that, we're not invulnerable, and I think I learned that watching the Viet Cong being, bulldozed over, the death of the president, Martin Luther King. I to this day I can remember that riderless horse with the boots backwards. I'm an oddball kid, I reckon, because I sat through the whole funeral. He had school wasn't in, and they sat through the whole funeral. But I just, to me, that there was no trauma, and we'd go downtown Akron. There was riots down there. Had Zulus, motorcycle gang, stopped us one time and turned us around. They had the roadblock, said it might not be a good place for white folk to be. They turned us around. They gave us a little school construction paper with writing on it, and they were rioting because they had a grocery store right in the middle of their neighborhood that wouldn't let blacks in. This is in Akron, Ohio. This ain't in Memphis. So and this was in the late '60s. So it's amazing what we've gone through. I like to say that I am the answer to Martin Luther King's dream because I have black friends. I played football with them. There was never an issue because if we was on a team for something or in a school or whatever, it was never an issue. He was just a teammate. In Florida, you had a lot of Cubans that had come up through, from the Castro era. So I feel like lived his dream. So right now, all I'm seeing is now they're trying to turn it into where they're trying to turn us against each other. And this thing about the convoy, you said there's a group that's organizing this stuff. If they've got any American ties, I hope somebody goes after them, because if one person dies, they're marching them up. They're marching them up through there in the heat. The hottest time is starting to be the hardest. Hey, it's going to be 90s here in South Carolina all week. They're marching them people up.
I guarantee it's going to be 110 plus along their march down there through Mexico, because this is the heat wave they're talking about in Texas right now. Is all that air out of Mexico sweeping up into Texas with the triple-digit highs, 110 Phoenix. Yep. All right, we get a news break here, and we return with more. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
A large migrant caravan with between 10 and 15,000 migrants is expected to reach the U.S.-Mexico border sometime this month. The caravan departed the Mexico-Guatemala border on Monday and has border officials concerned.
When we see these large caravans, these kids and unaccompanied children that are coming across, the cartels are using that to divert those resources.
Texas DPS Lieutenant Chris Oliveira is speaking there on Fox News. The White House says President Biden is giving senators space to negotiate gun safety legislation. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre saying it has been decades since Congress passed meaningful legislation on firearms. New bipartisan negotiations were prompted by the recent wave of deadly mass shootings in the United States. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by government.com.
Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1 1-800-888-7630 and you're guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new Morgan silver dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping? You meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
what else we got in the headlines? Well, the president on Monday, yesterday, invoking the Defense Production Act. Well, first thing that crossed my mind is, are we looking to try to do something to increase our supply of fuel, right? No. Now we're looking to accelerate domestic production of clean energy technology, solar panels. According to administration officials, we're looking to spur domestic manufacturing. The president's been pushing Congress to pass clean energy investments and tax cuts in line with his Green New Deal, his clean energy climate agenda. But this past day, Monday, set to unilaterally create a bridge to an American-made clean energy future. Again, invoking the Defense Production Act to rapidly expand American manufacturing in solar panel parts, like photovoltaic modules and module components, building insulation, heat pumps that heat and cool buildings super efficiently, equipment for making and using clean electricity, generated fuels, fuel cells, and related platinum group metals and critical power grid infrastructure like transformers. These actions, he says, will spur domestic manufacturing. It's going to put wind in the sails of construction projects all around the country that are employing folks making a good wage. And it's going to do all that while cutting costs for our families and tackling climate change and environmental injustice. What is the Defense Production Act? First enacted in 1950 in response to the Korean War. It's been re-invoked more than 50 times since then. But it addresses voluntary agreements, or what the government says is an association of private interest approved by the government to plan and coordinate action in support of national defense. It permits business competitors to work together to plan and coordinate measures to increase the supply of materials. With a stronger clean energy arsenal, we can be a stronger partner to allies around the globe. All right. We need more solar panels, right? It is 844-844-3388, as they say. You can't make this stuff up. Hello, Hillbilly Tex. What's happening this morning? How's your week starting out?
Good morning, Steve. Hey, is this a hot mic?
Of course it is. Yes, be careful.
Okay, well, this here is Tuesday, June the 7th at 1:45 a.m. off in the morning time. I just want to be sure them lawyers and them wives out there that takes care of certain people could be sure exactly what time of day it was and what day of the year it was. This year, by the way, is 2022. But now, Steve, there was a few things said on that show yesterday morning that kind of stuck a burr up under my saddle. And one of them was always moving. I love you to death, darling. But that comment you made last night about keeping them, go buy you a firearm and keep it in a big old library or something, have to check it in, check it out.
Mm-hmm.
And if you get caught, you can't even stop at the store. When you tell them you're going from point A to point B, you can't get off of that route. You can't stop nowhere else. I'd love to just for her to call me and let us talk about this. Maybe I could help her get a little situation, settled there. But I'm not bashing her too bad. I'd love to talk to her about
So
that.
you weren't fond of that idea. In other words, you weren't really fond of the idea, and I kind of. I know. I mean, when you purchase a firearm to have in your home for personal protection, whatever it's going to be, whatever kind of gun it's going to be, it's not going to be there when the bad guy breaks down your door or comes in your back window. That's the purpose of having it there, right?
100% correct, Steve. Now let me talk about this here dumbass knuckle buster. I'll say his name. I ain't worried about it. Everybody know where the hell I live at. Knuckle buster, you are a dumbass. I got friends out the wazoo that are owner operators, and I guarantee you, every one of them I know is very successful in what they do. Of course, they small fleet owners. They drive one truck, and they have no more than 4 drivers at a time. Well, 5 drivers, counting him. And every one of them are very successful, and they are very smart. I'll give you one example. Big Moose. You ask him any question, and he can answer it. I don't care what it is, religion, trucks, cars, boats, airplanes, army, and everything. I'm telling you what, that call last night, but what made me so mad about it, he called 15 minutes before the show was over so nobody could get on him, so...
Well,
maybe
he said at the onset, he said, I'm going to light your phones up for Tuesday morning, because he knew it was late in the program. So he kind of did. He kind of did.
He damn sure going to light it up tonight. I can guarantee you that. But I just wanted to call, and I'd love to hear from Always Moving, kind of get our head straight on that. And because that's what them Democrats want. They want control of the guns, but that ain't going to control these wackos out here and these thugs and these people, the crooks. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how the proper word is for that, but, that ain't going to stop the killings up in Chicago or wherever. It's these daggum people that ain't quite right off up there in the brain, But Knuckle Buster, I hope your lawyer and your wife can go back and listen to this podcast, because I ain't got no lawyer and I ain't got no wife. I do my own battle. So anyway, y'all keep a shiny side up, exit 81 off the big 75 up here. I'm about out of wind, but we tipping a hat and waving a hand to y'all.
All right, good to hear from you. Hillbilly Tex, thanks for checking in. There you go. On the lighter side, we haven't been able to do our Dumbass of the Week nominees. I'm not even sure if Braindead's still handling the Institute for Darwin Awards. Haven't heard from Braindead in a while. Hope everything's okay. Yeah, Braindead and Dingbat. Maybe he's working days. I'm not exactly sure, but... So I got a message from Peggy in Ohio late last week. She said, a friend of mine sent this my way, and I thought maybe your listeners might enjoy it. It's kind of the opposite of the Dumbass of the Week. Anyway, I'm still listening into the program, although it's during the day via YouTube instead of live at night. Keep up the great work. What she sends me is the annual Stella Awards. Now, this, I'll admit, was a new one for me. I'm very well familiar with the Darwin Awards, right? Darwin Awards, people that do stupid things, and ultimately, in most cases, they end up dead. Now, for those unfamiliar with the Stella Awards, they're actually named after the 81-year-old Stella Liebeck. Remember the woman who spilled hot coffee on herself and successfully sued McDonald's for that, where she had purchased the coffee. Yeah, she's the one that took the lid off, put it between her legs or her knees, and while she was driving, who would ever think you might get burned by hot coffee, right? So what the Stella Awards are for the most outlandish lawsuits and verdicts in the country. You know, the kind of cases that make you scratch your head and say, what? And starting with 7th place. Kathleen Robertson of Austin, Texas, was awarded $80,000 by a jury of her peers after breaking her ankle, tripping over a toddler who was running around inside a furniture store. Now, the store owners were understandably surprised by the verdict, considering that the running toddler in the store was her own son. It's her own kid. How does this happen? Next on the list, Carl Truman, 19 years old, of Los Angeles, California, wins $74,000 plus medical expenses when his neighbor ran over his hand with a Honda Accord, apparently didn't notice that there was someone at the wheel of the car when he was trying to steal his neighbor's hubcaps. Right? Are you scratching your head? Stealing your neighbor's, okay, I guess we get it. Number 5, Terence Dickerson, Bristol, PA, was leaving a house he had just burglarized by the way of the garage. Unfortunately for Dixon, the automatic garage door opener malfunctioned and he couldn't get out. He couldn't get the garage door to open. Worse yet, he could not re-enter the house because the door connecting the garage to the house locked when he pulled it shut. Thus, he was forced to sit for 8 days and survive on a case of Pepsi and a large bag of dried dog food. He subsequently sued the homeowner's insurance company, claiming undue mental anguish. Amazingly, the jury said the insurance company must pay Dixon $500,000 for his anguish. Yes, keep scratching your head. We should all have that kind of anguish, right? We're up to number 4. Jerry Williams of Little Rock, Arkansas, garners 4th place in the Stellas when he was awarded $14,500 plus medical expenses after being bitten on the butt by his next-door neighbor's beagle. Even though the beagle was on a chain in its owner's fenced yard. Now, Williams didn't get as much as he asked for because the jury believed the beagle might have been provoked at the time of the butt bite because Williams had climbed over the fence into the yard and repeatedly shot the dog with a pellet gun. By now, we should have bald spots from scratching our head. Amber Carson of Lancaster, PA, because a jury ordered a Philadelphia restaurant to pay her $113,000 plus after she slipped on a spilled soft drink and broke her tailbone. The reason the soft drink was on the floor is Miss Carson had thrown it at her boyfriend 30 seconds earlier during an argument. Only 2 more, right? Keep scratching your head. Kara Walton of Claymont, Delaware, sued the owner of a nightclub in a nearby city because she fell from the bathroom window to the floor, knocking out her 2 front teeth. Even though Ms. Walton was trying to sneak through the ladies' room window to avoid paying the cover charge, the jury said the nightclub had to pay her $12,000. Oh, yeah, plus medical or dental expenses. Go figure. How do you top it off? Well, first place, number one, this year's runaway first place Stella Award winner was Mrs. Merv Grzanski of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, who purchased a new 32-foot Winnebago motorhome. On her first trip from an OU football game, having driven onto the freeway, she set the cruise control at 70 and calmly left the driver's seat to go to the back of the Winnebago to make herself a sandwich. Not surprisingly, the motorhome left the freeway, crashed, and overturned. Also, not surprisingly, she sued Winnebago for not putting in the owner's manual that she couldn't actually leave the driver's seat while the cruise control was set. The Oklahoma jury awarded her, are you sitting down? $1,750,000 plus a new motorhome. Winnebago actually changed their owner's manuals as a result of this suit, just in case this dumbass Grzanski had any relatives who might also purchase a motorhome. Now, if you think we've got a court system that's out of control, yes, they call those frivolous lawsuits. And I mean, in essentially every one of those cases shared via the Stella Awards, you would think a judge right out of the box would throw this case out. Yet not even present this to the jury. But I guess that's why they call them the Stella Awards. All right, rolling toward, we'll get our news break just ahead. Top of the hour coming up here as we close down hour number 2. And our number, 844-844-3388. First, real quick, like the American Transportation Research Institute is asking for input from truck drivers who travel through the Midwest regarding the truck parking information systems that are in place. This is a follow-up online survey to get the perspective from the truck drivers related to what they call the real-time parking information system that was installed in 8 Midwest states back in 2019. Again, you can find it online. Survey is open through June the 24th. They're encouraging drivers who operate anywhere in the Midwest to participate. All responses will be strictly confidential, and they'll report them in what they call aggregate form. Under no circumstances will they release any personal or organizational information, but they're specifically seeking information from truck drivers who've used the Mid-America Association of State Transportation Officials Truck Parking Information Management System. That's a mouthful. You've got those 8 states, Iowa, Illinois, Indiana, Kansas, Kentucky, Michigan, Minnesota, Missouri, Ohio, and Wisconsin. Those 10 states make up the Mid-America Association of State Transportation Officials Coalition. They're planning to use information gleaned from the survey to improve regional information technology, the truck parking management system, which they say distributes real-time parking information across most of the major corridors in the Midwest here. A survey may sound familiar because back in January of 2020, the same group extended their first attempt to collect information. At that point in time, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association was promoting the survey to get their members to participate. Here we are 2 years further down the line, and they're still needing more data. We'll return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
58% of his party mates still have confidence in British Prime Minister Boris Johnson, but the margin of victory is slimmer than his predecessor, Theresa May, who resigned in 2019, 6 months after she survived her no-confidence vote. Johnson made fellow conservatives cringe and received a public backlash when it was revealed that he and his staff held illegal parties during COVID lockdowns. He is calling it a convincing win, however, adding that the party should now come together. Texas Democrat Jessica Cisneros says she will request a recount in her primary runoff against incumbent Congressman Henry Cuellar. Less than 200 votes separates the contenders. Cisneros is a progressive activist who knocked Cuellar for his more conservative views. Cuellar has received the support of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, among others. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Wall Street closed higher as investors wrestled with whether the economy will avoid a recession amid rising interest rates and high inflation. The Dow added 16 points, the Nasdaq gained 49, and the S&P 500 was up 13. Elon Musk is threatening to walk away from his $44 billion bid to buy Twitter. He's accusing the company of refusing to give him information about its spam bot and fake accounts. Lawyers for the Tesla and SpaceX CEO made the threat in a letter that was disclosed in a filing with the Securities and Exchange Commission. The former top leader of the Proud Boys was charged with seditious conspiracy along with other members of the group. The federal government accusing Henry Torrio and 4 others with the coordinated attack on the Capitol on January 6, 2021, to stop Congress from certifying President Biden's 2020 election victory. They are scheduled to go on trial in August in D.C. federal court. You are listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne LaRoute. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
The United States has moved to seize 2 luxury jets after linking them to Russian oligarch Roman Abramovich. One is a $60 million Gulfstream. The other is a $350 million aircraft, believed to be one of the most expensive private airplanes in the world. The action comes after new sanctions and penalties were announced on Russian oligarchs and elites, Kremlin officials, and businessmen linked to President Vladimir Putin and their yachts, aircraft, and firms that manage them. President Biden promised to pursue Russian elites' quote, ill-gotten gains after the Kremlin invaded Ukraine back in February. Investigators in Wisconsin are expanding their look into the man accused of fatally shooting a retired state judge. Wisconsin Attorney General Josh Call says 56-year-old Douglas Udy targeted Judge John Romer, who gave Udy a 6-year prison term in 2005.
The Juneau County Special Tactics and Response Team entered the residence and located the homeowner, a 68-year-old male, who was deceased.
Call confirmed there was a hit list found in Udy's car, but did not go into specifics of who was on it. Sources tell several outlets that names, including the Democratic governors of Wisconsin and Michigan, were on it, along with Republican Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell. Udy is in critical condition at a hospital after he was found in Romer's basement with a self-inflicted gunshot wound. You can listen to us online anywhere that you are. Our web address is usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with a dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much. Welcome back. Welcome aboard. For those maybe just joining us, like Mr. Q just checked in. Good morning, y'all. There's Crazy Ray checking in. West Michigan. Checking in for some sanity on the radio. Uh-oh. Look at that. Don't know if you're going to find that here this morning. Let's see. Norman, of course. Norman's on board. I drove my first 1,000,000 miles at 55 miles per hour. It's because I had to. There's John Ferguson. Howdy, everybody. The GM parts train headed home for a week off in Bowling Green, Kentucky now. Kind of like a hurricane on land. Yeah, rain. We've had that pretty consistent. It's been a steady rain, not torrential, but here in Southwest Ohio. But yeah, rain's much heavier. That has been the case down through the heart of Kentucky. All right, now let me kind of zoom in, see what we got down there. All right, rain's beginning to wind down in the Louisville area. Bowling Green as well. You've had torrential rains pushing through there. Now headed off to the east, so some of that rain dropping into north central Tennessee. Put things in motion, which, okay, headed off to the east. Yeah, we saw some heavy rain through the Clarksville area. Probably going to see some rain pushing into Cookeville in the next hour or so if it holds together. All right, with that, it is 844-844-3388. Welcome aboard. Hello, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. I told you the truth last night. I was going to get your phone lines lit up, right? That's the truth. I got them to call in. That woman spilled that coffee on herself, but I bet she had a hot cooler, didn't she?
Well, at the moment she did, yes.
Yeah, absolutely there. Well, anybody with any common sense will know you can't put a Winnebago on cruise and leave the driver's seat. You can't even do that to one of these big trucks yet. So they're working on them, but you can't do it every day of the week there. I like all that fake news that was told about me there earlier. So, I mean, it don't bother me. And keep telling yourself that lie that OIDA pulls more freight than everybody else because they ain't got but 175,000 members there. Right?
Well, they didn't say OIDA pulls more. They said owner-operators. They didn't say OIDA. Owner-operators. It's the small business truckers. Okay. Six trucks or less haul more than 75% of the freight in this country. Small business truckers.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit. You know it.
No. That's the fact. You can't say the shish kebab word there, Knucklebuster. Come on.
Okay. I'm sorry. Sam Houston Institute of Technology. Then how about that?
No, I mean those are the facts. I mean, look it up. 75% of the freight it's small business.
I don't believe anything on Google. I don't believe anything on Google. Why would you? We all know they lie. Google lies. It's everybody puts out their own brand of baloney. And I got news.
So what? You've got the true baloney because you think it's the truth, or you know?
No, I know the truth. The truth of my opinion. That's all that matters is my opinion.
Okay.
Nobody else's opinion matters. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do, Steve. I'm gonna help y'all out this morning.
I'm going to show you this phone line works both ways.
How about that? Okay. No. Look up the facts. Trucking is mostly made up of small businesses. 91.5% operating 6 or fewer trucks. 97.4% operating fewer than 20 trucks. That's from Trucking Moves America Forward. Yeah, you can do now. Okay, so I'm not supposed to believe Google. Trucking Moves America Forward. You've heard of that. They've been around for a number of years. The mission of Trucking Moves America Forward to establish a long-term industry-wide movement to create a positive image for the industry, to ensure that policymakers and the public understand the importance of the trucking industry to the nation's economy, to build political and grassroots support necessary to strengthen and grow the industry in the future. Most Americans don't realize how essential trucks are to their lives until maybe there's a severe weather or adverse condition that prevents the trucks from delivering. They go on down. Safety, technology, sustainability, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, the top story there. I mean, those are the numbers. Now, why you don't want to believe that, Knucklebuster, I don't know. And it's not just that particular group. I mean, these are the facts. Looking at 13 past the hour. Well, let's just move down to horse feathers. Hey there.
Good morning, Your Honor. Oh, where do we go from there? I don't know. So, isn't there some way to the FMYCFS YMCA there? Don't they have numbers that way that you can actually tell?
Certainly,
company sizes and that.
I guess if you have to pull it up on Google, you're not supposed to believe it, though.
All right. So, anyways, though, but yeah, that'd kind of be probably the first place I kind of go look. But anyways, so this deal that our president wants here, invoking the defense.
Yes.
Whatever. He shouldn't have any problem getting places to having facilities to actually be able to do that. It's just I don't know what companies are going to be doing it, because all the companies are leaving their facilities to go to Mexico, aren't they? Didn't we just discuss that last night? To John Deere, and Ford, and Chevrolet, and Chrysler, and they're all packing their bags and getting U-Hauls and pods and shipping all their stuff. So there's definitely plenty of facilities. It's just they're empty manufacturing facilities, and there's no employees probably. Well, maybe probably everybody's there on food stamps outside there. They can probably get people maybe to go back to, I don't know. Can you get people to work for food stamps, Your Honor? I don't know, but anyways, if not, the workforce will be increased by what? 21,000 you said were on the way? Oh, wait a minute. They don't work either, do they? This just isn't working out very well for that, is it? We got to figure out. We got to come up with a better way to run this scam. But
what you get,
anyways,
Bob? What he did, what this administration or Biden did yesterday, it gave him an opportunity to stand there at the podium, and the mainstream media all can cover him live and show that he's saying this is going to create good-paying jobs in America. We're going to put thousands of people to work. It's just a photo opportunity to make it look like he's trying to do something.
Oh, absolutely. Hey, speaking of being on the TV and looking like he's trying to do something, was he on that late night? Was that Fallon or Kimmel? Or
Kimmel.
Did
That's
he actually
Wednesday. It's supposed to be Wednesday.
Oh, now is he actually going to stay up that late? or are they going to pre-record something?
Well, I think
to make it.
all those late night shows, like Letterman and all that, don't they record those at like 11 or noon or something Eastern time every day, and then play them back at midnight? Those are all recorded shows. I thought they were.
More than likely, I thought some of it was live, but maybe
I'm not sure.
Maybe that.
I know Letterman was a daytime recorded thing, and Leno was recorded during the day. I'm not sure if Carson was Johnny Carson actually live or no.
I don't know. It'd be more of a possibility. I mean, to be the truth in advertising, but I don't know. Probably a lot of it's all propaganda, anyways. But you know they. So anyways, we had. Speaking of propaganda, we had a live gubernatorial Democratic debate on TV last night, Your Honor. About 8 of them standing up there wanting to be on the Democratic side to be the next governor of Maryland. Boy, oh boy, talk about the horse shish kebab being thrown. And there was more road apples in Maryland down there in the city, Baltimore last night than there was in all of Lancaster. Amish territory up there in Pennsylvania. I tell you what, everybody gonna give everybody everything, and things are gonna be great, and you know the schools are all gonna have air conditioning now, and because they've already had days this year that they've had to send kids home because it was
too hot in the class.
Not good in the school buildings. It's too hot in school buildings, so the kids can't sit there with a fan or something. Hell, I remember making fans out of my notebook paper there because it was so hot in my school there that we had to try to come up with some way to get some air movement. But I don't know. City kids can't handle that. No ingenuity there. But anyways, what got me there was they got talking about the Chesapeake Bay a little bit there in another news article, and they said it's like it's 50% clean of where they want it, and at that 50% they give it a C grade. Now, when you were in school and you got letter grades that matched up to percentages, was a C anywhere near a 50?
No, that was
if you were trying to,
a 50 was a fail, brother. Fail completely. F minus.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, wait a minute. You had to get to at least a 65 to even be on the passing side. And they're like, yeah, 50% is a C. And I'm like, well, no wonder why these people, have all the troubles with their kids coming out of school. They don't even I mean, they don't even have the ability to comprehend or have any knowledge and read and write, and it's no wonder.
I mean, we had it was a pretty straightforward. I mean, we were the 50 to 60% in F, 60 to 70 D, 70 to 80 C, 80 to 90 B, 90 to 100 A. That was the numbers we worked on. Yeah.
Yeah, but the Chesapeake Bay there, 50%. What they want it to be is a C. So I guess
how low do you?
Must be the new.
How low do you have to go to be failing then?
I don't know. It's just must be the new math, Your Honor. It must be new math.
You have to
miss how to do that new math.
You have to miss 7 out of 10 to be failing, rather than 5 out of 10.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well. You got to base that on a curve or something, because we can't have the graduation. You know how low the graduation rate would be if we couldn't base that on that curve there to do that. I tell you, but yeah, they wonder what's wrong that they just I don't know. We've been talking about it. It's just off the rails, Your Honor, and I don't know these people that are running for the government. They're doing the same thing they do every election, just promising to give everybody for nothing. There was one of them there. They said if you came, forget how it was. If you worked in the city or here and stayed here for 5 years, then they wanted to give you your education, whatever you had for tuition, they wanted to, make that go away, so you didn't have to pay your tuition back from your college education if you stayed in the city for 5 years.
Wow.
It's just all kinds of crazy stuff that, just one thing after another. They just saying all this all lip service just to, try to gain a vote, and they do it all on the verge of doing everything for free. So here, last thing for you, since we're talking about gasoline and prices there, I haven't figured this one out. Now, Pennsylvania is supposed to be one of the states with the highest tax on gasoline, right? The road use tax and all that, the fuel tax is supposed to be the highest. Now, I'm hearing all this stuff up there. I'm going by one of the stations there in York, Pennsylvania, when you're starting out there and you're reading everybody's comments there and you're talking about the prices. And Pennsylvania is at $4.79 for one of their convenience stores. It's usually the higher priced ones. $4.79 for regular gasoline, $6.19 for diesel. And now, wait a minute. I thought Pennsylvania had the highest fuel tax. Shouldn't Pennsylvania have about the highest price for fuel? I mean, I know part of it's regional for the, where it's produced and, where, the transportation costs are and stuff like that. But I was just surprised that Pennsylvania's, because if you go down into Maryland, you go from, $4.79 to it's about the same price down in Maryland. It's only like 10 cents a gallon different into Maryland, and Maryland's not supposed to be anywhere as close to Pennsylvania and the fuel taxes and that. But with these prices of fuel up so high now, when is our fearless leader going to come up with another stimulus package to, I don't know, give everybody gasoline cards? Doesn't everybody need like a $600 gasoline card?
Hey, there's been some floating that around. California, I think they're talking about divvying out $300 gas cards for people in certain income levels. I don't know what the numbers were, but yeah. Hey, I wouldn't doubt that they tried to push something like that too. All right, to answer the question, Jimmy Kimmel Live tapes in Hollywood. And it's free to be a part of the audience there. The live show is taped every Monday through Thursday, starting at 4:30 p.m. at the former Masonic Hall, right next door to the El Capitan Theater on Hollywood Boulevard. So, yeah, Sleepy Joe will not have to be up at the midnight hour Wednesday night. It'd be like 4:30 in the afternoon. They didn't. Now, of course, Kimmel's in Hollywood. Is Biden actually going to be there live for the taping? I'm not sure. Is he going to fly out there, or is it going to be like a virtual visit? Just be on the computer screen, that kind of thing. But speaking of fuel taxes, real quick, like here, Governor of New York announcing a fuel tax holiday for the rest of the year to provide consumers some relief from the cost at the pump. Said that the fuel tax suspension will include motor fuel excise tax, state sales tax, and Metropolitan Commuter Transportation District sales tax on gasoline and diesel fuel. Fuel tax suspension expected to reduce cost by at least 16 cents per gallon in the state. Oh boy. Yeah, 16 cents when, well, with the price increasing 16 cents since probably just last Friday. I mean, we went from 260 something to 87 yesterday? I mean, rather 487 for the national average. Anyway, the fuel tax holiday went into effect on June 1. It's now going to remain in effect for the end of the year, they're saying. Families and businesses are being impacted. We have to find a way to provide relief. By suspending certain fuel taxes for the next 7 months, New York is providing some $609 million in direct relief to New Yorkers. a critical lifeline to those who need it the most. All right, in addition to the statewide fuel tax suspension, 25 New York counties have set temporary caps on the sales tax charged per gallon for gas and diesel as well. There were several counties that would collect tax on only the first $2 charged per gallon of gas or diesel, regardless of the actual price at the pump. A number of other counties are collecting tax on just the first $3 charged per gallon of gas or diesel, again, regardless of the price at the pump. And some of our industry headline. New York. There's your latest. Our number, 844-844-3388. As I look at the clock here, just a couple minutes before we hit our bottom of the hour news break. Hang in there, Pappy. Got you coming up here just ahead. After which we will have clear lines, so we clean things out. All right, it's 844-844-3388. I know I can give a shout out to my brother-in-law, Monroe, because on my last visit, I was kind of laughing about the fact that he was watching the movie, and it was on a video cassette, a VCR, a tape. I said, that damn thing still works? He's got the DVD player, but he still has his VCR tape, some of those older movies. Well, lo and behold, today, June 7, is National VCR Day. That's right. Video cassette recorders are still around. And apparently there's enough of them out there to justify a spot on the calendar. The National Day marketing calendar under digital media company Zuvio. While most people have retired their VCRs, not everybody's got rid of them, or the VHS tapes that worked with these physical video players. Now, some people might be holding on to these gadgets after seeing that a sealed, mint-condition Star Wars VHS tape from 1977 sold for $57,600 on Golden Auctions, a collectibles auctioneer. That was back in December. If you happen to have a collection of, say, limited edition or unopened VHS tapes, you could have a small fortune on your hands. As we know, most VHS tapes, hell, if you have flea marketers to sell them for, what, 50 cents, a buck? Yeah, maybe $2 at best. Rarity and nostalgia are what makes your tapes valuable. An original Star Wars tape can fetch $3,500 if it's in a sealed package. If you've got the 3-piece Halloween movie set, could bring in $500. A lot of money's been made with the Walt Disney home video releases from 1981. The Black Diamond editions bring the most money, anywhere from $50 to as much as $300 per tape. Those were the clamshell tapes, right? The Disney Black Diamond editions. Now, opened and used tapes tend to have their value dramatically lowered. Most VHS tapes are sold on eBay. Looking at some of the recent sales of Disney movies, the price range was anywhere from $20 to as much as $316. In the auction world, appraisers listed VHS tapes that are actually racking up bids that are in the thousands of dollars. Golden Auctions has a dozen VHS tapes right now that have a current bid of at least $1,000. Available titles: The Blues Brothers, 1980. Star Wars, 1977, 1984. You got The Empire Strikes Back, 84. The original Alien movie from 1984. Batman from 1989. Jurassic Park from 94, Happy Gilmore, 1996, the movie Blade in 90, all those with bids in excess of $1,000. The 4 tapes that are leading the Heritage Auctions VHS tape launch right now. Back to the Future, 1986, current bid $20,000. Star Wars, 1984, current bid $17,000. The movie First Blood, 1982, current bid $12,000. And the original Jaws from 1983, current bid of $10,500. They do say Heritage Auctions has sold more than 500,000 VHS tapes, according to their past sales archives. Welcome to National VHS Tape Day. And we'll be back after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
It was a slim margin, but British Prime Minister Boris Johnson got to keep his job.
359 ballots were cast, no spoiled ballots, that the vote in favour of having confidence in Boris Johnson as leader was 211 votes. And the vote against was 148 votes.
That margin of victory was slimmer than his predecessor, Theresa May, back in December 2018. She would wind up resigning from the job 6 months later, though she remains a member of parliament to this day. Revelations of illegal parties during COVID lockdowns held by Johnson and his staff prompted a public backlash against him and unease within his Conservative Party. Wall Street closed higher on Monday, the Dow adding 16 points. The Nasdaq was up 49 points. The S&P 500 gained 13. This is USA Radio News.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-333-1750. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-333-1750. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-333-1750. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-333-1750. 800-333-1750.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, a story in the health news, very interesting. We've been looking for something to cure cancer for forever and ever, right? It's a small trial, they say, but a small New York City-led cancer trial has achieved a result reportedly never before seen. A total remission of cancer in all of its patients. Now, to be sure, they say the trial, led by doctors at Memorial Sloan Kettering, backed by the drug maker GlaxoSmithKline, completed a treatment of 12 patients, again, a very small trial, with a specific cancer in its early stages and with a rare mutation as well. But the results reported Sunday in the New England Journal of Medicine were still striking enough to prompt multiple physicians to tell the paper that this is unprecedented. One cancer specialist says this is an unheard of result. According to the New England Journal of Medicine paper and the New York Times report, all 12 patients had rectal cancer that had not spread beyond the local area. And their tumors all exhibited a mutation affecting the ability of cells to repair damage to DNA. After being treated with this drug, dostarlimab, I believe that's the way you'd pronounce it, dostarlimab, all 12 are now in complete remission, no surgery, no chemotherapy, no severe side effects, they say, and no trace of cancer whatsoever anywhere in their body. Doctors, quoted by the Times, said, yes, these results are promising. We need to replicate and expand. It's not clear if the medication in question could be useful beyond this specific application, but I guarantee they'll be looking more into it. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we could find a cure for the dreaded cancer? All right, maybe one of these days. Maybe. What's going on, Pappy? Good morning.
What's happening, Mr. Steve Sommers?
Playing radio or trying to.
I wonder what a recording of tonight's show would go for on the market, Steve.
Oh boy.
I mean, what the heck? What's going on with Knucklebuster, man? Who's eating his coffee?
Oh, just one of those things. One of those things, you know.
Man, I was listening and sounded like when he didn't like the way the call was going, he picked up his ball and went running home to mommy, Knucklebuster. Jeez. Steve, I got the Dean Martin roast and the Johnny Carson roast collection on VCRs. What do you think?
You still have an operational VHS player?
Yes, sir.
Do
Got
you?
one sitting right in front of me.
I'll be
It's got a
darned.
DVD on one side and a VCR on the other.
Okay, the combo.
And it still works. Have you ever remember years ago, Steve, the infomercials with you'd see on the cable channels where they're selling stuff, and they had the Dean Martin roast collection and the Johnny Carsons. Man, Steve, it's been a while since I pulled them out, but man, they are hilarious. Which was kind of like these stories you were reading off earlier with these these juries awarding these people.
Yeah.
What the heck is this country coming to, Steve?
And you know those roasts. Those are probably classic because those were back in the days when a joke was a joke and people weren't butthurt for something. For anything that was said. You can't tell jokes anymore.
You could you could not rerun them on TV today. There'd be too many people who got their little feelings.
Yep.
But they're classic, man. I'm gonna break them out and check them out.
What better day than National VCR Day? How about that?
Yeah. Yeah, but what, man? I mean, you're reading them stories off. I'm just finding it hard to believe, man. You know, who was it? I think John Wayne. If I'm not mistaken, it was John Wayne. It said, "You know what? Life's hard. It's a lot harder when you're stupid." Oh man.
So how about the 16-year-old kid that runs into the mom and the baby in the stroller? I saw the video you posted. I haven't got the rest of the story, but what, he got a slap on the wrist? What was the?
Yeah, I think they gave him 7 months in a juvenile detention facility or something. I don't know. It was on Hannity tonight. I never heard of it, Steve. I'm sitting here watching Hannity tonight, and I see it, and I'm what the heck? I mean, he intentionally, you can see him swerve that car and hit that young lady.
And drive away.
Pushing a stroller and drove away. And I'm thinking to myself, what the heck? And they don't charge him as an adult.
With attempted murder? I mean...
Yeah.
I know, but I mean, obviously the mom, she gets slung up on the hood of the vehicle, thrown to the ground. The stroller is on its side. I guess, the first thing she does, of course, though, is jump up to check on her baby. I guess they were both okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But did you see the mama bear jump up and run straight to that child? I was amazed at that, Steve. I thought, man, she's got broken back. I mean, her head went into that windshield, and she jumped right out and went to her baby. Man. I mean, and nothing to the kid. And I think he had a history. I think Hannity said he poisoned another kid in school.
See, so that's, I guess I'm assuming what he was talking about, the mental health, the issues with kids and teens and what drives them to be school shooters. And this is a kid that obviously has got some problems going on.
Yes, sir. No, they were talking about how the crime rate has been, just out of control out in California, and talking about getting that prosecutor out there, not the prosecutor, but or maybe it is the lead prosecutor out there in L.A., trying to get enough signatures on a petition to get him recalled.
Wow.
And I think they were getting, I know they tried it before and they failed, but I think they might have enough to get the one in San Francisco. These are all George Soros, backed financially campaigns. That's how they got voted in.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they were throwing out some numbers, on the percentage of the crime rate going up. What were you talking about the other night where something went up 700%?
The overdose rates there in Oregon when they've legalized all the hard drugs.
700%. That's crazy, Steve. Man, I don't know, brother. All I know is I went to Kroger's tonight. Hit the canned good aisle. Right?
Got a few extra cans, a little extra for the pantry.
Well, actually, Steve, it was went to Kroger, really didn't need anything. Really didn't need anything. And me and Sage, I tell you what, let's go to Kroger's, huh? I got a whole cart of canned goods, man.
Mm-hmm.
Another 6 gallons of water. My other battery for that solar power generator I told you I bought like a year ago, that came in. Talking about all these blackouts that are 2/3 of the country that might be hit by these blackouts. Yeah, well, anyway, that's about all I got, Steve. And, I'm not a truck driver, so I don't really know what Knuckle Buster was all trying to get at yesterday morning. I heard that, but the few truckers that I do know that are independent truckers are far from stupid and ignorant. I can tell you that. All right, my man. I will let you go. Enjoy the rest of the night. I'll be listening.
Thank you much. Right. Good to have you with us. Thanks for checking in. You got it. There you go. About 11 before the hour. All right, getting ready for the heat. The heat. Gonna be turning up the thermostat out west. The average first 110-degree day in Phoenix is June 18th. So here we are into June the 7th. And here in the next few days, supposed to have their first 110-degree day. I'd say pretty much right on schedule, right? California's Central Valley going to be sizzling. Probably the most widespread, intense, and long-lasting heat event so far this year. Daytime temperatures likely to be at or near the century mark in much of the valley from Sacramento southward, with Fresno expected to approach record levels about 105 degrees. Now, this is toward the end of the week, Friday, Saturday. All right, the hot pattern, also a rather dry pattern across the region. There may be a slight uptick in moisture across Arizona and New Mexico late this week. You may see some thunderstorms, but they'd be the kind of thunderstorms that produce very little or in some cases no rainfall. The concern in those scenarios is the dry lightning that can occur, igniting wildfires. Outside of the remote chances of rain, the long-term forecast team says above average warmth and dry weather is going to be the theme across the southwestern USA right on into the mid-portions of June, dry as we speak. And we will return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I do believe I mentioned on the program in our Monday morning show, yesterday morning, I full well expect to see a big surge, a jump in gun sales here in the coming days and weeks. Obviously, as we're seeing a whole pile of gun legislation being presented in our nation's capital. What about for our friends north of the border? Well, Canadians, would you be surprised that they're rushing to purchase handguns as the Parliament considers legislation that would freeze sales, according to France 24? Last week, Justin Trudeau unveiled this that would effectively ban the importation and sale of all handguns. Now, right now, a restricted firearms license is required to buy a handgun, and then a separate permit for transportation. Trudeau, this was May 30th at the news conference, to where he said, what this means is it will no longer be possible to buy, sell, transfer, or import handguns anywhere in Canada. In other words, we're capping the market for handguns. One Toronto businessman, the owner of Double Tap Sports, says that since that announcement, it has created a panic in Canada, particularly in the gun community. People are rushing to buy handguns. Almost all stores are sold out, he says, including me. Sold out. In Winnipeg, Canadian Gun Guy's store owner says he's concerned about the future of his business. This handgun measure is going to take away livelihoods. It's going to break up communities. It's a catch-22. We're busy right now, but I fear we're going to be put out of business by this fall. Trudeau seeking adjustments in Canada after the shootings occurring here in the United States. Well, you all know about that. What about here on this side? All right, Democrats last week attempted to bring a hodgepodge list of gun bills that have been pretty much laying around. Republicans came back with a nice list of some very thoughtful things that could be done immediately to make our schools safer, according to Representative Scott Fitzgerald this past day. Some of the ideas have already been implemented on a state level, well before anyone on the federal level thought of the ideas. Now, he said, I was part of that back in 2018 when we put some school grants out there. We had over 1,300 schools in Wisconsin, which he represents Wisconsin, that participated in this. They put more security measures in. They put in advanced lock systems in porticos, some live cameras in the schools. I know it's a small bite at the apple, but let's focus on schools and get something done this week in Congress. Now, unlike what we've been hearing in some of the news blurbs, last evening, as a matter of fact, USA Radio News was interviewing, I can't remember who it was, that was saying, he's never seen this sort of a bipartisan coming together about gun control. Fitzgerald says, I don't see that there's more bipartisanship on gun control any more than we've seen in the past, especially after the contentious House Judiciary Committee meetings last week. There was a lot of heart on the sleeve talk from Democrats and a lot of bashing. Quite honestly, bashing to the Republican members each and every time. We kind of respond to one of or a portion of the larger comprehensive bill that they're creating right now. There is this sense of urgency to get something done that we can focus on. But meanwhile, we've got these mass shootings that are happening in states that, for some reason, put in a different category than school shootings. Now, it remains to be seen if any action's going to gain traction in the Senate, but in the House, as far as the House goes, we've got members there are those that would vote for anything Nancy Pelosi throws on the floor. Just, you name it, let's do it. All right, it's 844-844-3388. I see Philip's on the line. We've got an anonymous, and maybe that's Big Sexy. I bet it is. Check it in. And room for you at 844-844-3388. Let's go ahead and get our news break as we roll into the midnight hour on the West Coast, as we like to say. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
58% of his party mates still have confidence in British Prime Minister Boris Johnson, but the margin of victory is slimmer than his predecessor, Theresa May, who resigned in 2019, 6 months after she survived her no-confidence vote. Johnson made fellow conservatives cringe and received a public backlash when it was revealed that he and his staff held illegal parties during COVID lockdowns. He is calling it a convincing win, however, adding that the party should now come together. Texas Democrat Jessica Cisneros says she will request a recount in her primary runoff against incumbent Congressman Henry Cuellar. Less than 200 votes separates the contenders. Cisneros is a progressive activist who knocked Cuellar for his more conservative views. Cuellar has received the support of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, among others. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $50 at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-4800. 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Wall Street closed higher as investors wrestled with whether the economy will avoid a recession amid rising interest rates and high inflation. The Dow added 16 points, the Nasdaq gained 49, and the S&P 500 was up 13. Elon Musk is threatening to walk away from his $44 billion bid to buy Twitter. He's accusing the company of refusing to give him information about its spam bot and fake accounts. Lawyers for the Tesla and SpaceX CEO made the threat in a letter that was disclosed in a filing with the Securities and Exchange Commission. The former top leader of the Proud Boys was charged with seditious conspiracy along with other members of the group. The federal government accusing Henry Torrio and 4 others with the coordinated attack on the Capitol on January 6, 2021 to stop Congress from certifying President Biden's 2020 election victory. They are scheduled to go on trial in August in D.C. federal court. You are listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne LaRoute. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
The United States has moved to seize 2 luxury jets after linking them to Russian oligarch Roman Abramovich. One is a $60 million Gulfstream. The other is a $350 million aircraft, believed to be one of the most expensive private airplanes in the world. The action comes after new sanctions and penalties were announced on Russian oligarchs and elites, Kremlin officials, and businessmen linked to President Vladimir Putin and their yachts, aircraft, and firms that manage them. President Biden promised to pursue Russian elites' quote, ill-gotten gains after the Kremlin invaded Ukraine back in February. Investigators in Wisconsin are expanding their look into the man accused of fatally shooting a retired state judge. Wisconsin Attorney General Josh Call says 56-year-old Douglas Udi targeted Judge John Romer, who gave Udi a 6-year prison term in 2005.
The Juneau County Special Tactics and Response Team entered the residence and located the homeowner, a 68-year-old male, who was deceased.
Call confirmed there was a hit list found in Udi's car, but did not go into specifics of who was on it. Sources tell several outlets that names, including the Democratic governors of Wisconsin and Michigan, were on it, along with Republican Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell. Udi is in critical condition at a hospital after he was found in Romer's basement with a self-inflicted gunshot wound. You can listen to us online anywhere that you are. Our web address is usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We gonna hear from all our friends. We gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We gonna hear from all our friends. We gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
There we go. Welcome into a Tuesday. Friends on the West Coast there. 12:07. That'd be a West Coast time. Here we are at the early morning hours of a Tuesday, 3:07 Eastern time. Speaking of our West Coast friends, Santa Claus is one of those. Sent me an email during the break there under the heading Reverse Caravan. Well, Steve, as you probably know, I've had my fair share of Latin America explorations. In light of current fuel, food prices, and inflation that are on the rise, I will agree, things are going to get ugly quick. Now, I've actually been in preparation for a Latin American retirement for the past 5 years. I'm beginning to think it's time to expedite our move. I believe Nicaragua's the right country to live the rest of my life. The average Nicaraguan lives on $257 a month. So us ugly Americans with our Social Security checks can maintain a stressless lifestyle. I actually found a community of Americans and Canadians in northern Nicaragua that live in a new home, small home and a clubhouse, in an all-inclusive meal package, 3 meals a day, for $1,200 a month. Per couple, that would be $700 per month for an individual, a solo person. I think it's time for a reverse caravan. Time to fly down, legally, of course. The expat lifestyle is like the fountain of youth for us old folks. Living free of preservatives and pesticides. I am planning a fact-finding trip down to Nicaragua in about 4 weeks, and I'll report back to you. All right, Santa Claus, out. Thanks for checking in, Santa Claus. Hey, back to the phones. There's Philip this Tuesday. What's going on this morning, Philip?
Oh, just driving to work, bud. You having a good day?
Oh, glorious. What a way to start the week.
Yeah. Hey, before I forget about it, I met one of our listeners yesterday, a gentleman from Cincinnati. He's called in, I think, a time or two. His name is Russ. And he took some pictures, and so you might be getting some email pictures of me in a monorail, and Russ.
Really?
I just want to say hi to Russ.
So he was down there for
yes,
down there at the amusement park, and you just struck up a conversation, and lo and behold, he was a local.
Well, it was kind of funny. You know, I was working at the Contemporary Hotel, and I was working on the platform, and this family walked up to me, and this lady goes, "I see your name is Philip. Are you Philip from Florida?" And I said, "Well, yes, ma'am, I am." And then this gentleman named Russ, he goes, "Do you listen to Steve Sommers' show?" And I go, "Yes, sir, I am." And I give him my name and my full name. And he's like, "I got to get a picture. I've been looking for you for like a year." And I'm like, "Oh, okay."
Wow.
So we took a picture. Really nice guy. And The only other time I've had something like that happen to me, Steve, and I don't know if you remember the lady or not, when you worked at WLW, there was a lady that was a receptionist, and she came down to the same place, the Contemporary Hotel. She was staying there, and she was on vacation. I seen a WLW jacket. She had one of the white, it was like a white jacket, and it said WLW on it. I struck up a conversation with her. I said, do you know Steve, who works on the overnights? And she said, yes, I do. And I can't remember the lady's name, but she was a really nice lady. She was a receptionist you guys had at, I guess, at WLW. But it was kind of cool when you meet people like that. And this guy I guess he'd been down there a bunch of times and had trying to find me. The only place to really find me is over on the resort side when I'm working, as far as driving and on the platform. So it was cool. Steve, I got another side of the gun story we need to talk about. And it's a little different than the mass shooting thing. And it's happened down here in Florida, and it's something that we need to pay attention to. Okay, so we had 2 incidents in Orlando, in Orange County, of 2 ladies who got charged with murder and culpable and negligence. Okay? And so the first incident involving one lady, they're both mothers, was this lady got in a fight with her neighbor. Okay, and I think I might have talked about the story. I'm not sure if I have or not. And the lady had a gun in a bag. And her and this lady got into a fight, and this was a Memorial Day. And she told her daughter to get the bag. Her daughter got the bag, pulled the gun out of the bag, and shot the lady that her mother was fighting and killed her. Okay? So that lady got charged with culpable negligence. Okay, so yesterday we had the second one came out. The sheriff of Orange County made a special press conference about it because it happened around the Memorial Day time frame, and they did the investigation. They really didn't want to bring it out until they had all their investigation done. But initially, the investigation started as a suicide at a house. And it turned out to be, and this is going to be really shocking to a lot of people, so I apologize if it seems a little shocking. Essentially, a family of 5 people, 3 children and 2 parents, were at their house, and the father was playing games on a computer or on a game system. And the 3 children were playing, and a two-year-old found a bag with a gun in it. Okay? And when the investigation saw it, they thought the father had just shot himself. What ended up happening is one of this 2-year-old's brothers said, no, my brother shot him. And through the investigation and seeing where all the wounds were, and it was conducive to what it was, the 2-year-old essentially killed his father with a gun. Okay? And but his mother, who was there too, is being charged with culpable negligence. The same charge as the other one with the lady who got in the fight. So it's something that we got to pay attention to. We really do. I mean, if you got a gun, you store it, you keep it away from people in your house, you know. And I think these are the kind of stories that bring on the things like Always Moving was talking about, the armories and whatnot. But it's a side of the story that we need to, you know, address. And that there, and I said it yesterday, and the family that the 2-year-old actually shot the father, that family, both of the parents were convicted felons. So they're still trying to figure out how they had a gun. They weren't even supposed to have a gun because in the state of Florida, you're a convicted felon. You're not supposed to have a gun.
Right. Yep.
So, and it's a crazy situation. It's a really crazy situation. It makes you think, wow, how could that happen? Well, it happens. And the one with the mother that got in the fight, that one was clear blood. You could see it in the face. But the other one with the 2-year-old, you know, your life can change. I mean, you look at that 2-year-old, if is not in the right mental state, when he grows up, he could turn into that situation in Texas, you know, and stuff like that with mental disabilities could turn into that, and mental illness. So it's just something I wanted to bring up. Also, Stephen, it's kind of funny right now because I'm coming up to I-4 and 408. Did you hear about the car accident we had in Orlando yesterday?
Did not.
Okay. Going westbound on I-4, which is the same way I'm going right now, I'm going westbound, and at 408 there's a ramp, and it's an elevated ramp. Now, when they redid this interstate down here, they elevated a lot of the ramps to where they're really high. I'm talking like 80 to 100 feet off the ground. I mean, they're really super high. We had a car go off on the 408 ramp and fall off the top of the ramp, and fell into the express lanes down on I-4.
Wow.
Now, they said the only way that this car could have done this was to going at a high rate of speed and not paying attention to what they were doing and hitting the wall and going over. Because when the car fell off the overpass onto the express lane down below, it hit nose first and then flipped over and then slid onto the another ramp, an entrance ramp for Church Street down here or South Street, downtown. So it just goes to show you, people need to watch what they're doing. I mean, this guy could have been on his phone doing 100 miles an hour, not even paid attention, and it was a gentleman. And his day was over totally. But it was a pretty bad crash. If you get a chance to look it up, it was at I-4 and the 408. And also, I saw another interesting accident yesterday. The construction zone on Interstate 429. It's a little overpass interstate that's down here around Orlando. And have you ever heard of a company called Sharp Distribution? They handle Aldi. You know who Aldi stores are,
right?
They had a truck that was going ridiculously fast in a construction area, and they're basically widening 429 in this area, so they're working on the middle of the road, and they got these big concrete barriers in there, and he wasn't paying attention and just ran into the side of the wall, and he's hauling a refrigerated trailer, which is an insulated trailer, so naturally it blows up like a thermos, and just debris goes everywhere and all over the road. And it literally, I don't know how this guy survived it, but he rode this wall for a long ways. It literally pushed the axle of the truck back past the fuel tanks.
Wow.
That's how bad he hit the wall. And I was really surprised. I was really, really surprised, because I've seen a lot of truck accidents in my day, that it did not puncture the tanks, which was really surprising. There was no fuel on the ground. It was just debris from the truck and the tractor and the trailer. So I think we need to pay attention to what we're doing when we're going down the road. So but that's all I got today, Steve. And hopefully I find, if anybody wants to come out there and find me, today I'll be at the Contemporary again, but I'm somewhere in Disney. So if you want to see a monorail, come out and ask somebody. I'm sure they'll tell you, look for Philip. I'm the only Philip in monorail. So
all right.
With that, buddy, y'all have a good day. Thank you.
You never know, as they say, because it's a small world after all right? There you go, 19 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Oh, boy, the CDC has raised the alert level for monkeypox to level 2 this past day, recommending that travelers wear masks, among other health measures. While not on the level of COVID, monkeypox has spread across the globe out of Africa since March. You start off relatively with flu-like symptoms, but soon expand to swelling of the lymph nodes, a rash across the body and the face, then ultimately painful lesions form on those rash areas. Severe scarring occurs. We now have cases in Europe, North America, South America, Africa, Asia, and Australia. Some cases reported among men who have sex with men. Some cases reported in people who live in the same household as an infected person. As of June 3rd, 21 confirmed cases here in the U.S. They're saying it may have gone undetected in Western countries under the guise of an STI. There's a number of STIs that have similar symptoms to monkeypox. Level 2. I think it's a 5-tier graph there, level 1 through 5, right? It is 21 past the hour here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
That's a pretty good story Gilligan sent me. Usually, we don't want to encourage detrimental revenge. But in this economy, sorry, anything goes right now. Gas prices are insane, as we know. You can't just be stealing it from your neighbor. But that's what was occurring. John Martin posted a video of how his gas stored at home kept getting stolen. He suspected it was his neighbor's, but he didn't have any proof at the time, so he decided to take things into his own hands. So he filled up his usually gas can, but he filled it with water. And he waited. Let the games begin. Well, when he got home, he found the gas can was gone, simply stolen. And when he looked up the street, he noticed his neighbor's broken down on the side of the road. He says, I bet I know what's wrong with it. It ain't got no gas in it. It's got water in it. Sad that people have to turn to stealing from their neighbors right now, but yeah, with the way the gas companies have decided to put their money toward making their CEOs and COOs billionaires, what do you expect? But some justice was served, and we applaud this man for avenging his stolen gas. They go on, what you really need justice to be served of the 1% and the companies taking advantage of us working folks, just trying to drive to work and feed ourselves. Yeah, whatever. They're investigating. They've had these investigations before. I can recall all the way back when, hell, Al Gore was vice president. How long ago was that? They were investigating the oil and gas companies, looking at price collusion among the companies. They've had investigations similar to that go back in 2008. Who was president then? Was that George W.? Yeah, investigating when we saw the big spike in prices there. Yeah, they do this time and time again, and they've never found any sort of collusion or anything illegal taking place with the gas and oil companies. But let's see here. Let's get back to the calls here. Anonymous on the line. Who we got?
Anonymous. I love it. I love justice. I just love sweet justice. Oh my goodness. It sounds like something I would have done with the gas can in the water. But what would be hilarious is you find out the mechanic that's got to fix it is his brother.
Right.
The guy that put the water in it. Anyway, but that would be sweet justice. I get to pay double for it. But anyway, I was calling in regards to the knuckle dragger or Biden's twin brother, a liberal. Well, he might as well be a liberal because he kind of sounds like one the way he keeps complaining about everybody else and wants to be everybody's keeper. And because God forbid someone passes him, now he's got to get their number and everything and got to call in on them. It's like, really, I could see you doing it for someone that is doing something really radically dangerous, but because God forbid he's going faster than him. Am I getting this accurate? Is this pretty close to when he hung up crying? Oh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say crying. But.
I mean, the original comments were in the final hour, Monday morning show, and it was.
Oh yeah.
And I was trying to understand. I guess he was hung out in the left lane, and the guy tried to make him be hung out there, and I don't know. When all was said and done, I guess the guy took off and was doing it. He said, maybe 90 miles an hour, and that's what he had to get the video or a photo for. I don't know.
Yeah, and it's like, and I've had that. We've all had it out here as drivers. Somebody gets out there all of a sudden, they'll leave you hanging. It's like, just give up. Just you want it that bad, go for it. Just back. I just let it go. Back way out and just let them go because it's just not worth. Because you don't know they're going to pull up next to you and pull a gun. I mean, people are nuts today, and it's not worth it.
We share the road rage stories every day. I mean, there's somebody shot out there on a daily basis. Yes, sir.
And that's what scares me to no end. It's like, you've got to be kidding me how bad it's getting. And then it's like, and he's going to whine about that. It's like, I'll be honest, my favorite part seems like whenever he calls is when he hangs up, because he always has something negative about so many people. It's like, if it's that bad out here, why is he still out here? I don't know why he just doesn't go work on a dock or work in somebody's yard where he doesn't have to deal with it, because it's like he's always going after somebody else because they're not a company driver. I'm a company driver, been a company driver for 30 years. Still an OIDA member, but still, because it does help our industry. It seems like he doesn't say or do anything that's positive for our industry. It's like he's always going out of his way to be negative. It's like, I've never seen anybody so negative in my life. It's like, geez, oh crap, that's why I hate to say it. I look forward to the end of his call because I was like, okay, get it over with already. I don't like to be that way, but it's just, some people they grate on you after a while. It's just like he becomes that bad string on a violin. It's like, geez, I might just get it over with already and just be done. But I love Moose. I met you guys out at the show. It was awesome. You guys are fantastic. You do a great job. And I'm not just kissing butt. You guys you keep us all awake at night, and I really appreciate it. So thank you again, Steve.
All right. Well, thanks for checking in. I see it's just not very often. This may be the fourth time he's checked in. Anonymous. But it is 844-844-3388. There you go. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
British Prime Minister Boris Johnson survived a no-confidence vote, receiving the support of 211 of his fellow Conservatives out of 359. It's 58%, but a slimmer margin than his predecessor, Theresa May, who resigned in 2019, 6 months after she survived her no-confidence vote. Nevertheless, Johnson hailed the victory.
I think this is a very good result for politics and for the country. I do. Just in this sense, I think it's a convincing result.
Johnson's leadership was rocked when it was revealed that he and his staff held illegal parties during COVID lockdowns. Past prime ministers who survived no confidence votes often emerge in weakened positions. The Dow added 16 points on Monday, the Nasdaq gained 49, and the S&P 500 was up 13 points. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1-800-888-7630 and you're guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new Morgan Silver Dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at HotShotSecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping? You meant business. You aced vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesmaned the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back on a Tuesday. Good to have you with us as we get things off and rolling. What do we see? I have one of those days where sleep just doesn't want to come your way. And Monday was one of those days. I don't know if it's because it's coming off the weekend, actually sleeping at night, and kind of switched the schedule. I've done it long enough. I don't usually have that trouble, but man, yesterday was one of those. I laid down typical early afternoon. I think I slept for about 3 hours. And just, your mind's rolling. So I say, all right, maybe I'll get up 30 minutes, smoke a cigarette, just get up. And I tried to lay back down and laid there for about 30 minutes, get back up again. And I keep looking at the clock. I finally laid down at like 8 o'clock in the evening. I think the last time I looked at the clock was like 9:30, and I had the alarm set for 10. I fell asleep about 9:30. It's like, boom. All right, time to get up. Son of a. Just one of those days. All right, so, we're making it through the night. It's been a pretty action-packed morning anyway. Thanks, Knucklebuster. Steve Forbes, last week, and I think he's spot on this. We know this is the case. The far left, the left is going for broke ahead of the midterm elections. They're going to try to ram through as many regulations as possible and take over as many regulatory agencies as possible so they can keep a lot of what they do. Look how hard it's been to try to roll back Obamacare more than a decade later. So yes, they're going for broke. They don't care about what it does in the meantime. And that's why Joe Biden says, all the tough times you're going through, glorious times will be ahead. And when we have to rely on windmills to run our cars and our airplanes, and it's a disaster, but they're oblivious, absolutely oblivious to it. And they are doing great harm. They're doing it deliberately. Forbes also discussed J.P. Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon's comments last week, predicting an economic hurricane caused by rising inflation and interest rate hikes from the Federal Reserve. We point out there's two kinds of inflation. There's monetary, which comes when the Fed prints too much money, and then there's non-monetary. When you get a situation like you shut down economies, you disrupt supply chains, you create shortages, and the prices go up. In my book, money. The Biden administration is doing that right now, as you know, in a number of areas, including energy. So I think Jamie's right that we're going to have these disruptions in the future. But the amazing thing is, if the Biden administration would just back off and the Federal Reserve was just keep the dollar stable, we would work our way quickly through this thing. But unfortunately, I think what Jamie Dimon fears is the Federal Reserve believes the only way they can fight inflation is by slowing the economy down and maybe actually putting us in a recession. So when Joe Biden talks about transition, this great transition, that's the code word. Get ready for hard times. Inflation has become a major problem for Biden. The Fed, they're trying to fight the fastest rate of inflation since the 1980s by lifting the borrowing costs. I think I had Dimon's comments over here, but yeah, he was Jamie Dimon, J.P. Morgan Chase, talking about the proverbial economic hurricane coming our way. What's going on, Big Sexy?
Not much. I didn't listen to last night's show. I was kind of resting, but seems like old Knucklebuster stuck his foot in it again, didn't he?
What can I say? I mean, look, when you start a conversation by saying, "I'm going to light your phones up tomorrow night because I'm going to make one of those asinine comments," and then you proceed to go ahead and do it. So I don't think he stuck his foot in his mouth. He said what he wanted to say.
Well, yeah, that's what well, what I should have said, that dumbass idiot's done it again. More likely. But you know about how I feel about him. So, it seems like he's, everybody else has got a taste of him now, too. No, I just hadn't called in. I've talked to you in a while. I just thought I'd give you a call. I know I've had several messages from people saying they hope I feel better, and I'm still having a little bit of problem. I think there's something wrong with the pacemaker problem. I've noticed when I lay down and rest, sometimes the heartbeat will drop down in the 50s, and it's not supposed. Pacemaker's supposed to keep it at 70, so I'm trying to get an appointment to get into the cardiology to get that checked out.
Okay.
But other than that, blood pressure's great. As far as the sugar level and the diabetes, everything else checks out fine. It's just that I've noticed that, and I noticed it when I was laying there in the emergency room at night that it kept dropping and like that. So it's not supposed to do that. So maybe I can get in there this week and get that checked out. I hope they don't have to go in. They just replaced it back in October 2020, because the battery was running out. I hope they don't have to go in and replace it again.
I mean, what's the life expectancy on a battery in one of those things? Any idea?
Well, it was originally had it implanted in January 2013, and they replaced it in October of 2020 because the battery was getting within 3 or 4 months of being dead. So, that's how long it lasts. They last a long time. I don't know. Maybe they can go in and make some adjustments on it or something. I know they do that from time to time. When I go in, they get checked out every year. They put a deal on there and check it and make any adjustments need to be adjusted on it and all that. So maybe they can go in and make some adjustments, take care of it.
Hey, sometimes you just get a bad battery. You can buy an iPhone and get one with a bad battery. I mean, 6 months into it, and the damn thing won't charge anymore. Sometimes batteries don't work.
Well, I don't think the battery's going dead or anything, because it'll drop down, but then it'll pick it right back up and bring it back up to 70. So I don't know what the deal is, but hopefully I can get in there this week and get it checked out and all that. Other than that, I feel great. But I just gonna check in with you. I hadn't checked in with you in a while, and I had to take a shot at Knucklebuster too, since everybody else was doing it.
Yeah,
I'll back out of here. And
we know you could not resist the opportunity, right? Heck no. Jump on the bandwagon, right? Pile in. All right, what are we looking at? Hey, coming up at 5 o'clock hour Eastern time, of course, when we close things out here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Stick around via the TNCradio.live side for Stan Campbell's Trucker Radio Show. All right, was that, I think that was last night's memo. That was Monday morning's program. Right after we get done this morning, it's the Truckers Network radio show. Shelley Johnson this morning. I apologize. Shelley is joined by Tom Kelly and most of the hosts of the new TNC Radio primetime lineup this morning. Listen in here about all the shows, including Shannon Courier's Southern Route, Tom Kirk's reworked Keep On Talking Live, coming up at 5 a.m. this morning via tncradio.live. Okay. Now let's get back to the calls and let's see what's happening with, there's Eagle on board this morning. What's going on, Eagle?
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Can you hear me now? I tried to call in earlier, but I had telephone problems.
We got you loud and clear. Yeah. Yep. What's going on?
Okay, yeah. I want to talk about, I'm not going to waste my time with this other guy that everybody's talking about because I never met the guy. I don't want to meet him. So that's all I got to say about that. Now, listen, Steve, I'm concerned about serious things. I'm not worried about the petty stuff. Hey, I want to make a comment about this shootings, and then it's got this caravan that's rolling headed to the USA.
Right.
Okay, down in Texas, I didn't get a chance to talk to you about that yesterday. I want to talk about these so-called, I was telling you about all these so-called, I think it's a bunch of copycatters with all these shootings that happened over the weekend. But they also got another thing that's going on, and I really don't care how old you are. I don't care if you're 8 or 9 or 10 or 12-year-old. I'm talking about these people that, I think it happened again today in Florida, these kids that think it's funny to make a prank phone call or either put on the internet that they're planning on having a shooting or a mass shooting at a school, at their school or something. It happened in Texas over the weekend. Some 12 or 13-year-old punk put on the internet that he was going to attack his school. Now, I think that these people should be treated like an adult. If you're dumb enough to make that phone call or put that on the internet that you're planning on doing something like that, you have to take that serious. We just had 21 people lose their life. This is not a game. This is not something that you play around with. The police, they have enough things to occupy them without going through a false call. So when they do get these type of calls, I want the police to throw the book at these people because I'm fed up with these punks. Because there's nothing funny about making a prank phone call. It may be funny to them, but it definitely ain't funny to me. Now, here's something else that I want to talk about, Steve, about the schools. Now, okay, Joe Biden, he can send $43 billion over there to Ukraine to help them when we have problems right here in America. You can't tell me, I don't see why we can't. I don't know if people have ever seen an electrified fence. You can't tell me that they can't put a fence around a school. I've been to, at my job and in previous places I've worked at, they've had fences that were electrified. You touch that fence and it'll shock the hell out of you. I don't see why they can't put these type of fences around these schools, some type of fencing around these schools with a one-way in, one or two ways in to get into the school, and with an armed guard at each of these openings to stop an intruder from trying to get into the school. Because, like I said, Steve, you go all the way back to Sandy Hook when they first started having this. Everybody that loses their life, everybody that's lost their life since there is basically in vain. Like the one guy said the other day, well, after 9/11, they said that they didn't want these airplanes being how many airplanes have you heard about being hijacked? Because they got steel doors on these airplanes
They
to where
secured the cockpit. Exactly. And that's what I mentioned my grandson, my one that goes to school, the elementary school that they've revamped. They put the security doors in, and yes, they don't have an armed guard there, but they do have teachers and principal and whatnot at the entrance in the morning. There's two entrances, one where the buses drop off, one where the cars drop off, and those doors are locked once the kids are inside. And they've actually got to buzz you in for anyone that wants to enter the school during school hours. A lot of schools have done that, but for those, obviously, not the Uvalde shooting there. Supposedly the doors were supposed to be locked, and the question was about the teacher that had propped one of the doors open with a rock or something, but it didn't latch when she tried to move the rock and shut the door. But the shooter shouldn't have been able to get into that school.
No, he shouldn't have been able to get in. But like I said before, Steve, we've got to do every life that's lost from here on out is basically in vain. There's no excuse for somebody to be able to walk into a school and do what they do. As simple as that. Shopping malls, schools, churches, and like I said, and now they've even tried to, never. I told you that last week, Steve. Never did I thought where you would think somebody had enough respect not to go into a hospital and shoot up a hospital. And speaking of that, they determined what happened with this guy up there in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I think it was last week. It was a black guy. They said that he was mad at his surgeon, his doctor. They had performed the operation on him, and he was dissatisfied with the operation. He still was in pain, so he went to the hospital and killed his doctor. That's what happened in that situation in Tulsa, Oklahoma. This guy, this idiot here. So like I said, Steve, we have a lot of people that are frustrated, and they're taking out their frustrations on innocent people. Now let me talk about these gas prices. Steve, that's the main thing I wanted to talk to you about. You probably can look up this story. They're in California, which is no surprise. I forgot what the name of the city is, but it's close to the San Francisco area. They have their fuel, the highest that I've seen or heard of is, I think they said $9.60 a gallon for regular unleaded. In some town in California, you might want to look at, I can't remember what the name was, but it's damn near $10 in California right now for fuel. It's totally ridiculous. But Steve, I listened to another guy, and like I said, this is being done on purpose, Steve. Like you said before, the Joe Biden and his people, it wouldn't be very hard for them to get these fuel prices back down to $2 or $3 a gallon if they really wanted to. But like you said, Steve, like a lot of people, they're trying to force you into buying an electric vehicle. People that are driving these Cadillac Escalades, these Chevrolet Suburbans, these these big dually trucks. These people are hurting bad. It's costing them $200-300 to fill up their vehicles, and people in Biden and his people, they realize eventually that guy is going to run out of money and he's not going to be able to fill that vehicle up. So he's more than likely going to have to buy an electric vehicle whether he wants to or not. This is a bad game that they're playing. They ought to be ashamed of themselves. And like I told you before, Steve, a little while, I don't see how Biden and his people can get away with it because they're basically doing this on purpose. There's no reason for these oil refineries to be shut down, these pipelines to be shut down, and for him to continue to blame Vladimir Putin for these problems. It's a damn shame that he gets away with that. Now, we'll say one last thing before I hang up, Steve. I don't know if you know about it, but there's another caravan that's headed to the U.S. They claim it might be one of the largest ones that's ever made its way, 40 to 50,000 people.
We talked about that a couple of hours ago. I guess you must have joined us after the fact. Yeah, there's 15,000 is what they're anticipating when it gets here.
Yeah. But see, here's the problem that you were talking about earlier, Steve, the dangerous monkeypox virus. And you said that the viruses are coming. Some people believe it originated in Africa. Some of those people in that caravan are from Africa, are from African nations. And Joe Biden, if he, like I said, if he allows these people into the USA, like he allowed them in with the coronavirus, like I said, it's just one mistake after another with this guy. If he allows these people into this country, not knowing if these people have this monkeypox virus, like I say, it's a damn shame. What's going on. That people are able to walk into the USA with these different diseases, and the government is not doing nothing about it. We're like I told you last night, Steve. We're in a very dangerous situation right now. 2 years can't go by fast enough. All I can say to the American people is this is your last chance. You got in 2 years, you better make the right decision. And I promise you, Joe Biden is not the right decision for the next president of the United States. So you figure out who you want to be the president. But I bet your bottom dollar is Joe Biden is not the answer. If you ain't figured it out by now, I guess you never will. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. Before that, we've got this November. That's the key right now is we've got to take control of the House and Senate back. and stop all this BS in its tracks. So we can just kind of let the next 2 years will have to pass before we can get a new president. But there will be gridlock. Yeah, no more of this left agenda that Jamie Dimon was talking about and Steve Forbes was talking about, that they're going to shove everything they possibly can in the next few months before we get to November. Because they know their days are numbered. But we got to get a quick time out. Tell you what, we're so close to the break, we'll just take it to the top of the hour. What's going on with Gilligan this morning?
Oh, not much. Just driving up 81, eating Reese's Cups.
There you go.
My normal thing.
Par for the course.
One thing for sure. Yep. One thing for sure. I will not be the dumbest caller of the night. Knuckle Buster has won the DA of the Week award, maybe months, maybe even years. That's all I'm going to say on that. For once, I agree with Eagle and Big Sexy. That's unusual. But anyway, hey, I sent you a couple more stories. Did you get the one about how out there in Washington State they're having trouble because people are just running from the cops?
Yeah, we touched on that Monday morning show. They don't have to stop anymore, and they're not stopping. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's their own fault.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I've only listened to about half of Monday morning show. I'm trying to catch up. Okay. So you already touched on that. How about that deal of speed limiters for cars? Yeah. They want to put speed limiters on trucks. Just put them on everything. Guarantee you there'll be some uproar then. What do you think?
It ain't going to happen, right? The American people ain't going to go for that. No way.
That's the truth. But, hey, I drive a government truck, but I'm one. I drive for one of the big companies, you know. But that don't mean the owner operators should be able to run whatever speed they want to. Well, within reason, you know what I mean. Parameters of the law. I'm going to leave it at that. Well, I'm going to have to say I disagree with always moving adamantly, and I normally I usually agree with her almost all the time. This whole idea of these gun lockups, that would never work. I'm sorry, young lady, but think about it. What would a shooter do? They would go to the gun locker, get the gun out, and go do the shooting anyway. All they have to do is lie while they're getting it out. I mean, there's no reason to restrict somebody's access to the firearm. I collect antique firearms as a hobby. I've got a couple of ARs. You've heard me speak of that before, you know. I mean, I've got one gun that goes back to just post-Civil War. You know, I don't have anything. I have a couple that's fairly valuable, but nothing real high dollar.
Right.
Moose's gun. Yeah. I've got a substantial amount in my gun. Well, anyway, that's about all I got for tonight, Steve, and thank you for taking my call.
All right, Gilligan, hope your week's off to a good start. Thanks for checking in. Yes, Pappy, you did hear me correct. You said, Steve, did I hear you right? Monkeypox, 28 cases in the United States, and the CDC has raised the level to 2. So I guess when we hit 100 cases, we'll be at level 5, right? He said, that's a guarantee. Yeah, they'll have us at level 5 come close to November. We'll see. We'll see. But yes, was it 21 or 28? I thought it was 21 cases in the U.S. But yeah, level 2 already. 21 cases. All right, we'll get our news break. Final hour on the way. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
58% of his party mates still have confidence in British Prime Minister Boris Johnson, but the margin of victory is slimmer than his predecessor, Theresa May, who resigned in 2019, 6 months after she survived her no-confidence vote. Johnson made fellow conservatives cringe and received a public backlash when it was revealed that he and his staff held illegal parties during COVID lockdowns. He is calling it a convincing win, however, adding that the party should now come together. Texas Democrat Jessica Cisneros says she will request a recount in her primary runoff against incumbent Congressman Henry Cuellar. Less than 200 votes separates the contenders. Cisneros is a progressive activist who knocked Cuellar for his more conservative views. Cuellar has received the support of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, among others. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Wall Street closed higher as investors wrestled with whether the economy will avoid a recession amid rising interest rates and high inflation. The Dow added 16 points, the Nasdaq gained 49, and the S&P 500 was up 13. Elon Musk is threatening to walk away from his $44 billion bid to buy Twitter. He's accusing the company of refusing to give him information about its spam bot and fake accounts. Lawyers for the Tesla and SpaceX CEO made the threat in a letter that was disclosed in a filing with the Securities and Exchange Commission. The former top leader of the Proud Boys was charged with seditious conspiracy along with other members of the group. The federal government accusing Henry Torrio and 4 others with the coordinated attack on the Capitol on January 6, 2021, to stop Congress from certifying President Biden's 2020 election victory. They are scheduled to go on trial in August in D.C. federal court. You are listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne LaRoute. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
The United States has moved to seize 2 luxury jets after linking them to Russian oligarch Roman Abramovich. One is a $60 million Gulfstream. The other is a $350 million aircraft, believed to be one of the most expensive private airplanes in the world. The action comes after new sanctions and penalties were announced on Russian oligarchs and elites, Kremlin officials, and businessmen linked to President Vladimir Putin and their yachts, aircraft, and firms that manage them. President Biden promised to pursue Russian elites' quote, ill-gotten gains after the Kremlin invaded Ukraine back in February. Investigators in Wisconsin are expanding their look into the man accused of fatally shooting a retired state judge. Wisconsin Attorney General Josh Call says 56-year-old Douglas Udi targeted Judge John Romer, who gave Udi a 6-year prison term in 2005.
The Juneau County Special Tactics and Response Team entered the residence and located the homeowner, a 68-year-old male, who was deceased.
Call confirmed there was a hit list found in Udi's car, but did not go into specifics of who was on it. Sources tell several outlets that names, including the Democratic governors of Wisconsin and Michigan, were on it, along with Republican Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell. Udi is in critical condition at a hospital after he was found in Romer's basement with a self-inflicted gunshot wound. You can listen to us online anywhere that you are. Our web address is usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Gilligan, I think the community you were talking about was Mendocino, California. Somebody sent me the link from the New York Post. It says, New Yorkers paying $5 a gallon may think things can't get much worse, but in one California town, people are shelling out nearly double that. Chevron station in the coastal village of Mendocino, about 175 miles north of San Francisco, was charging $9.60 a gallon Friday afternoon. That's a gallon of regular unleaded. That's more than $3 above the state average, which is $6.30, and $4.78 higher than the national average, which was $4.82 at the time. But individual stations throughout the country are charging more than average. You've got the one station in LA that topped $8 per gallon Friday as well. Again, since it's the New York Post, they're kind of focused on New York. Prices have also surged in New York. State average hit $4.85 per gallon Friday. Let's see, average in all the boroughs except Staten Island topped $5 per gallon Saturday morning. But anyway, the Mendocino station, Schaefer's Auto Body and Repairs, the only one in the tourist haven. The only station there. Described on the county website as an enhanced place filled with real, unspoiled California opportunities. And it is routinely considered the most expensive station in the nation. The owner said, I paid $50,000 for an 8,800-gallon delivery this week that she said I have 10 days to pay for. Now, 3 months ago, that same load would have been about $30,000. And $20,000 more. Now, she said that if I don't charge $9.60 a gallon, I'll be out of business. I'm going to be lucky if I make the year with all the fees, the regulation, the payroll fees, if it continues the way it is. Mendocino, if this continues, we will not have a gas station next year. Now, she claims other stations are charging as much as she is, but AAA has the average for the area at $6.31 a gallon. Plus a couple pennies higher here and there. So without much of a doubt, it is the most expensive gas in the country, according to GasBuddy.com. They kind of go into the whole refinery thing and what's going on elsewhere around the nation. But that's it, Mendocino, California. Thank you to Jeff for the story. Wow. $9.70-something. For the regular unleaded. Wow. Morning heat wave. What's happening out there? You got a late start this morning, huh?
Oh, a little bit. Yeah. It's that's what happens when you come in at 9 o'clock in the morning and you have to wait 10 hours before you're eligible to get called back on the board. So, I got 7 hours of good sleep. I just needed about 20 hours more. Out here trying to find my truck. Anyways, there's a big difference when you cross over the Colorado River there on 40 and 10 going into California for gasoline, and it's roughly about $3 a gallon. That's a crying damn shame, I tell you. when I was leaving Needles, I'd looked at the price of fuel, and it was $7.59. I think it was $7.59 for regular unleaded, and then you go over there right into exit 9 on Interstate 40 there in Arizona, Tupac, Lake Havasu City exit, and it was roughly about $3.20 cheaper.
Wow.
So yeah. You call it a tourist town for a reason, because all the people that live in Needles are smart enough to go to Arizona to get their fuel. So, I mean, if you're going to pay, $4 and save $3.50 instead of buying it there in Needles, that's a good way to keep your sanity. And it's not that far, about 20 miles. So even in the most gas guzzling vehicle out there, you're still doing a lot better.
Only going through a couple gallons to get the $3 a gallon difference. That's incredible. Yeah.
Yeah. So, anyways, that Mendocino, that's been in the news before, because they have a sign, or one of them. Yeah, I think that was the one earlier in the year that had a sign that said, cheaper gas is either way, and they had the prices of what the fuel was in the community north and the community south of them. So, but it is a shame to hear that they have to spend that kind of damn money just to buy the product, and then as high as it is, they're probably going to be holding on to it for a while, and that really is a sad shame. Biden really has thrown this country out the window. Letting trash in and letting all the good stuff go away. I mean, it completely backwards of what it ought to be. So I think he's supposed to come here to meet with our governor, Michelle Lujan Grisham. I think later today they're supposed to have a little conference. I don't know what they're going to talk about.
So he's actually going to be going out to the West Coast. Maybe that answers my question about if he's going to be out there. He'll be on Kimmel actually in studio then Wednesday.
Now, why in the hell is he going to go on a damn show when he can't even run the country, the big show? Oh, Lord have mercy.
He's going to try to drum up some support. You got to drum up some support out there.
Well, I hope they boo him like those people did in England to Harry and Meghan. I think that was probably the best thing that ever happened to people who thought their position in life was so high that they were above getting booed. So, yeah, I was talking to Chevy guy called me last night. I had gone to sleep during that last half hour of the show. I was really sleepy. And he said Knucklebuster started some stuff with owner-operator saying he had taken down the information of these trucks and trailers as they were going past him at a high rate of speed. Now, the first question is, how in the hell could he get their information if they were going around him in a high rate of speed? I mean, by the time it takes me to find a pen and a piece of paper, I can't see the truck in front of me. And it's not my concern how fast the other truck in front of me is going, as long as I ain't in their way. So, and it gives me plenty of time to slow down in case there is a big wreck on the road. But, there's 3 people out there that everybody can name right off the bat who are or were owner-ops. And it's Moose, it's Grump, and it's Monkey Gouger. Now, what does Knucklebuster have against someone who is spending their own money on maintenance and fuel and tires? I mean, that is one Marine that gets butthurt too easy. And yeah, I said that. So Knucklebuster, I don't know what your problem is. I don't know if you mean to be an ass, or if it's just accidental, or if you're just trying to drum up business. I'll just say, if you're trying to drum up business, I think you're doing a good job. But I mean, if it's the other two, there's a reason why they call you Marines jarheads, because once you open up, it's kind of hard to put the genie back in the bottle. So, but yeah, it was a interesting day yesterday. Got home. I should have got more sleep than what I did, but well, you know how things are. When you get done and you're tired, you got the big honey-do list. Honey, can you do this? Honey, do that? Yes, okay, I'll do that. So
I didn't have a honey-do list. I just couldn't sleep.
Well, you need to drink more of them skull busters.
Yeah. When you're laying there and your mind's just going here and going there, going this and I forgot to do this. Got to do. It's just man, oh man.
Yeah, that's about the way it is here too. And I tell you, I was just asked. Someone asked me, how I'm doing on the extra board out here, and I said, you know what? I am busting my behind, but I'm getting paid handsomely for doing so. So the hours may be a little screwed up. They're not as predictable, but it's not too bad. Now, we had a gentleman I was supposed to run team with the other day, and right when I got to the yard, I got notified that I was taking the trip solo. And I says, well, it's a good thing I packed for Bear. What's going on? The guy gets sick? No, he just had a bad experience running as a team member. He was getting thrown out of the bed by hard braking, by the turns that this other driver was doing. And apparently he was on someone's butt all the time. And, the guy doesn't know me. I don't know him. But if he thought that one idiot driver makes the whole company.
Right.
It's like, so I said, so he quit. He said, yeah. And I said, all right, well, did he go to ABF? No, he went to CRST. It's like, what the? Yeah, it didn't make any sense. I mean, this guy, I guess the guy doesn't like being at home.
He may have jumped out of the frying pan into the fire. You know the old saying, the grass is always greener.
Yeah, well, I thought he would go to ABF. I mean, he was already in the union. He's already, vested in the union, and figured, well, if he wants to run solo, go to ABF. Nope. He went something totally different. And, you just don't quit, resign, and go to another company. I mean, this guy had it set up. But, it was, stupidity on his part. But if he was a brand new driver to the industry, well, he's going to be like a lot of other people out here. He's going to learn eventually.
Right.
The grass ain't always greener.
That's exactly right.
No company is going to be the perfect. But I don't know. It took me 24 years to find a company that was head and shoulders above what I was used to, and it may not be the best LTL out here, but it's the best thing that I have run into so far. So I can't complain too much other than the grease. Ugh. So, but nope. Well, on the other subjects, your grandson Rowan playing ball, and if so, what's been the outlook of his teams?
He had a game Saturday, but I missed the game, so I didn't get to. I think I've only seen him play once or twice. Only one or two games that I've actually seen. Well, most of his games are on weeknights, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and I'm sleeping. He had a game scheduled last evening, but that got rained out. All I know, Saturday, I guess he made some gangbuster, blockbuster play at third base, and he got the game ball after the game. So,
well, good. Well, doesn't the princess go and root on her favorite player?
Yeah, Princess was there. Princess was there. His mommy was there, but Papaw wasn't there.
You're going to have to give Princess the fedora with the thing that says press, so she can go ahead and start taking notes and let you know, so you can let us know. I mean, I don't know what the Cincinnati is doing. I haven't heard y'all talk about the Cincinnati team, so I'll assume the worst. But yeah, it'd be nice to hear, how the little guy's doing out there on the field, and just give us the highlights. Tell Princess, come on, give us some dope so we can spread it out to the people out here.
Give us the scoop.
Because inquiring minds want to know. Well, Senor, I'm going to go ahead and let you go. You have yourself a good night. And drivers, y'all be safe out there. We'll holler at you
All
later.
right. Thank you for checking in. You do the same. Good to hear from you. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Somebody did the quick math, JS that is, did the quick math. They're talking about that station in Mendocino where they interviewed the owner and she said, all right, I got 8,880 gallons. So I kind of rounded it to 8,800 gallons. She said $50,000. And I said, that's $5.68 a gallon. So she's charging $9.60 a gallon. That's $3.92 a gallon. In business cost? Maybe time to reevaluate the business model. I don't know. Was it the fact that she said she had 30 days or something to pay for it, so she's got to get that 50 grand out of it? Obviously, she's not going to sell it all, but that's the way she put it. Got to sell it for $9.60 a gallon, and she don't know if they'll be open through the end of the year. Meanwhile, out west, okay, the dry conditions. You know, what happens when you build a big city in the middle of a desert? You know, thousands of people, tens of thousands of people move out into the middle of a desert. Well, I'd say there's a good possibility there's not going to be enough water to go around. Anybody ever think of that? Deserts are known to be dry. Yeah, I thought that's why they were called deserts. yeah, they're occasionally there's rain in the desert. Well, roughly 6 million residents in Southern California now facing very strict water restrictions that started last week as officials work to preserve water after 3 straight years of drought. The conservation rule set by the Metropolitan Water District in Southern California is one of the strictest ever imposed in the state. From now on, households will be forbidden from watering their lawns more than once a week, depending on the jurisdiction, and a goal will be set to slash water consumption by 35%. Now, as in March, California officials announced they were cutting state water project allocations from 15% down to 5% with the declining reservoir and reduced snowpack levels. Yeah, last year, California had their driest January, February, and March. In April of this year, the general manager of the Metropolitan Water District said the amount of water we have available to us right now is not going to be enough to carry us through the entire year unless we do something different. This is the proverbial wake-up call. Now, the conditions of the drought are probably going to continue for years after this year. Going back to last year, the governor requested residents to curb your household water consumption by 15%. But officials warned if water use does not decline significantly, the state could impose a full outdoor watering ban as soon as September. Just last week, during a meeting with leaders from the state's largest water suppliers, Governor Newsom warned California could be forced to impose mandatory cutbacks. We've made some significant changes since the last drought, but we're seeing an uptick in water use, especially as we enter the summer months. We have to be more thoughtful about how to make every drop of water count. There are some communities out there. There's one town, a community of about 5,000 people, where they're pretty much saying they're out of water. The wells have run dry. What do you do? Now, people that live there say they're having to buy water for drinking water and bathing water. Guess they're having to buy gallon jugs at the store to have. We're out of water, folks. That's what happens when you build a city in the middle of the desert. What do you say, Horse Feathers?
Morning, Your Honor. Isn't that what they did with Las Vegas? Isn't that how Las Vegas came about? Didn't they just start building buildings in the middle of the desert?
In the middle of the desert, yeah.
Yeah. All right. It worked there, so I don't know. We'll see how this works out. But, hey, couple last things. Did you see that Apple has come out with an announcement that they are going to have it set up so if you do a text message and you send it by mistake, you can recall it and get that text message back. And then the other thing they're going to do is if you open one and you decide you want to keep it unread, you're going to be able to mark it unread like in your emails and that so you can go back and find it kind of easy. But anyways, hey, one more thing on this school deal here, and I don't know if it'll work or not, but I was chasing that fire truck there, and most of the fire service around the country there, good percentage of it is all volunteer. The local community members there. When the fire whistle blows, runs down to the firehouse, and somebody drives, and somebody else rides along, and they go to the fire and try to put the fire out. And
sure.
Hopefully they do it before they're done saving the foundation, and hopefully that's the way it works. But what would happen if we took some of our retired police and retired military people and if they volunteered, made a volunteer service, go down to the American Legion or something and get those folks and put them on a schedule and shifts and stuff and let them go be around the schools there carrying, they'd be pretty safe carrying a weapon around, wouldn't you think? And most of them, you figure 20 years to be retired from the military. Well, if you go in at 18, that's 38. That's a pretty young age that you could actually, provide a service, and maybe some of the police force but I don't know. Just trying to think here. Wouldn't that provide kind of some sort of security service or something that you'd be able to
Hey, there's plenty of
help protect our schools?
Hey, Pappy said he'd be happy to spend a few hours at a school if need be. There's lots in law enforcement that said they'd be willing to do that.
Well, then why don't we tap into that resource and start using it? I mean,
I think because most of the school districts say we don't have the money. We don't have the money. We can't afford to pay these guys to come in here and.
Well, I think most of them would do it for free. Pappy said he'd go down and do it. I think your son would volunteer a couple hours a week, or a day or two, and I think most everybody would volunteer, isn't it? And that's what I'm saying about like the volunteer fire departments. I'm sure these skilled individuals would more than willingly, and especially like the retired military. What do these guys do besides sit down there at the American Legion Hall drinking Skullbusters? I think they'd want to go influence our youngsters a little bit. Heck, maybe they bring some of the Skullbusters with them and really influence them. I don't know.
Watch out now.
But yeah. But I don't know, just a thought. But I think there's a whole volunteer community out there that could be tapped into to help our schools out. But anyway, let's get your news here. We're running late again, and next thing you know, someone will be calling in, stirring up the pot, and having everything all tore up for tomorrow night.
We'll see where that goes. All right, yeah, we are got to get on a news break. Hey, we got clear lines though. At 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
58% of his party mates still have confidence in British Prime Minister Boris Johnson, but the margin of victory is slimmer than his predecessor, Theresa May, who resigned in 2019, 6 months after she survived her no-confidence vote. Johnson made fellow conservatives cringe and received a public backlash when it was revealed that he and his staff held illegal parties during COVID lockdowns. He is calling it a convincing win, however, adding that the party should now come together. Texas Democrat Jessica Cisneros says she will request a recount in her primary runoff against incumbent Congressman Henry Cuellar. Less than 200 votes separates the contenders. Cisneros is a progressive activist who knocked Cuellar for his more conservative views. Cuellar has received the support of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, among others. This is USA Radio News.
Hey, this is Al Robertson with my dad, Phil. One of the things that we've noticed is, people start losing their hair many times early in life. Now, Dad, you managed to hang on to yours. Have you got some secret?
Yeah, get on this Keeps hair. You'll be a hairy guy like me.
I've got a little gap coming up on top of mine, so I know the hair loss sometimes can be a touchy subject with guys, and so what Keeps does is help you hang on to your hair. It's clinically proven. It's FDA approved. They have hair treatments available online. They have a physician there, so make sure you get the right product for you. Make sure it's safe. There's no waiting rooms. There's no pharmacy visits. Keeps is delivered straight to your door at about half the cost. That's half the cost. If you have any questions, you can message your Keeps doctor 24/7. So if you're a little tired of those balding jokes, go to keeps.com/Phil. 50% off your first order. That's KEEPS.com/Phil, PHIL. Keeps.com/Phil. Hang on to your hair.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. EDT will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping? You meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesmaned the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
There we go, back at it here at 844-844-3388. I see here in the Buckeye State, Ohio, state troopers stopped a motorcycle doing 147 miles per hour. More than double the speed limit on the road. Video from the Ohio State Highway Patrol shows the cyclist being clocked at the high speed on I-71 in Brunswick Hills Township. Not real familiar. Video showed the rider headed north before being stopped by troopers from the Medina post. Okay, Medina, Ohio. According to Sergeant Ray Santiago, to put it in perspective, I've never responded to an accident traveling that fast. This is just one of the many traffic stops that kept troopers busy. This was over the Memorial Day weekend, actually. There were more than 19,500 speed citations issued. Nearly 5,000 were for violations going in excess of 20 miles per hour over the posted speed limit. 190 of those citations were motorists traveling over 100 miles per hour. This was all on Memorial Day weekend. This Memorial Day weekend saw more fatalities than last year. State troopers reported 17 deaths over the weekend. Meanwhile, State Patrol is urging drivers, slow down. I mean, right now we're in what they call the 100 deadliest days of summer. I guess that all kind of kicks off on the Memorial Day weekend. But nearly 200 citations, drivers doing in excess of 100 miles per hour. It's kind of crazy out there, isn't it? Hey, good morning, Wheelchair Dave. How's things going?
Hey, there, Steve. So, I see you wearing that shirt there.
Yes, sir. The Vintage Racers for Rescue. Okay. Appreciate that. Yeah.
Yeah, that holler was across from us. We were out there, and I thought about you and the cats and the dogs, and, they were just doing fundraisers and stuff like that. So I gave them some donations there and got some stuff there for you.
Well, that was very nice of you. A lot of cool pictures there too. So.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. That one there is the Midi. It happens once a year, usually April of every year, and it's a lot of fun. I go out and know a few of the teams out there, so I get treated pretty well.
So what kind of division is it? Is it like an ARCA division, or what is this? Just a local series, or?
Oh, no, this is vintage. If you look up HRS, Vintage Racing.
Vintage Racing.
All the retired vintage cars that, once were already on the track,
Okay, so that's why I recognize, the Caterpillar car, the Haviland, with Davey Allison was in the Haviland car for years. I recognize that. Okay. And then obviously the Rusty Wallace, you mentioned the Rusty Wallace Miller Lite, the old Rusty Crybaby car.
Yeah, your Skullbuster car. There,
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, they, those teams and stuff, Hendricks and, all those top teams will sell those cars off, and individuals can buy them. But that one that you got a picture of, that number 9 Ford there, Hendricks built that specifically for Bill as a one-off pro car. Yeah, so that's pretty serious stuff there. But that Joe Nemechek took him out the box and beat him. So that was kind of fun to watch.
So I see Mike Helton, you got to meet the president of NASCAR there.
Yeah, I met him before. I met him, you know how you go to the short tracks up there in Chatsworth and stuff?
Yeah.
So years ago, they had Peach State out here, and it's just a small little dive type, small little dirt track. Bill's brother Dan was trying to start it up under Grisham Motorsports, and anyhow, Helton flew out in Learjet, and there's a little small airport right next to it. He came out there to promote and stuff like that. So he put me in a golf cart one time, drove me all over the place. I got to hang out with him. Just luck of the draw one night.
How about that?
Yeah. Well, they're tearing that place down now. That Grisham Motorsports Park, I told you, so it's right next to an airport. FedEx bought all the property, and they're going to put a terminal up there and all the trucks and all that stuff right next to the airport, you know. So there's another racetrack that's gone away.
So what'd you think of the debut in St. Louis over the weekend?
What was that? The NASCAR race?
The NASCAR race, yeah.
No, I did not catch it, to be honest with you. I was actually kind of tuning into the Detroit Grand Prix up there and watching a little bit of that Indy stuff. But,
well, I guess we got some action coming up Wednesday and Thursday night. Eldora, this is the late model, the $1 million on the line for the late models coming up Wednesday. I don't know why they do that in the middle of the week. I mean, I'd love to get up to some of that, but I can't go on a Wednesday or a Thursday night, you know?
Yeah, you know, it's too bad because, you know, your job and stuff, but it's right in your neck of the woods right there.
Yeah, a couple hours away.
You talk about Yeah, that would be something. But you're right, it's the $1 million. So that's interesting. I'm glad you brought that up. This week also, I think, kicks off that thing called the Dirt Car model, the Hell Tour. It's like 45 or 50 races in 30 days. Is that how that goes?
Yep, I remember tuning into some of that. Yeah, they just go from track to track to track. Yeah, busy.
Yeah. So you still got that flow racing, right?
I don't have an active subscription. Now, I was able to, I pulled it up yesterday morning, and I think I can still watch the replays on it. But I don't think I've actually got. It's been over a year, and I don't think it automatically re-upped. Maybe they hit me for another $150. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, that one guy that calls in, Ryan, has he been calling in giving the reports here lately?
He normally would send me, he'd email me those. I haven't had anything I give in the last couple of weeks from Ryan. No.
Yeah. Real quick, Pappy, I still got my 8 tracks, my cassettes, my reel-to-reels. My Bob Hope roast and Red Skelton roast and stuff like that. Those are really funny.
Yeah, like I said, comedy that you wouldn't be able to air that kind of stuff these days.
Oh, no way. No way whatsoever. But, hey, thanks a lot. I'm glad you got everything, and you have the rest of the good morning, and we'll talk to you another time, and hopefully get to watch some of that Eldora $1 million.
Good to hear from you. Wheelchair Dave, thank you for checking in. You got it. All right, so I'm pulling up the schedule here. What are we looking at? Yeah, starts Wednesday night. The Eldora $1 million, the 28th, what they call the Dirt Late Model Dream. So it looks like you got Wednesday night, a full program, $12,000 to win, Twin 25 features. All right, June 9th, the Eldora $1 million. That's the big one there. June 9, the $1,002,022 for the year 2022. $1,002,022 to win feature. And all the best late model racers from all over for that kind of money. It don't get any bigger than that. I mean, these guys will travel halfway across the country for a $10,000 to win. Yeah, it doesn't get any bigger than $1 million. Everyone will be there. Coming up Thursday night. Boy, $1 million to win. I guess people are probably beginning to pack in there starting later today. They've got the hillside seating and all that. I'm looking at here. Eldora will offer several options for parking. The main parking lot is located off State Route 118. Parking also available north of the Speedway. For these larger scale events like this. Parking also available across North Star, Fort Laramie Road in the North Side Camp and Parking Lot. Trust me, this place is going to be packed this week. All right. It is 844-844-3388. Back into here, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, jump over to the email bag. What do we see here? A couple of our regular morning friends checking in this time of day. Starting with Steve there. Steve, morning. It's a rainy morning here in central Ohio. Anyway, we're geared up, ready to go for day number 2 of training with a hot cup of coffee in hand. And we got a trip to Indianapolis on the dispatch again today. I hear Old McDonald's farm is looking for a new leader. I'm thinking of applying. Yeah, CIEIO, okay. Truck and Phil on board. There you go. Semper Fi. Morning, Steve, and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Coffee up. Happy Tuesday. Been pouring down rain most of the night. Still raining this morning in the greater Detroit metro area. It might be underwater by the time I get there. Anyway, we're ready to head out for Sterling Heights, Michigan. Make that flip back to Fort Wayne. Have a great day. Safe travels there. And thanks for checking in. Truck and Phil, as always. Good morning. We have a public service announcement, I believe.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do, Steve. I'm going to show you that this phone line works both ways. Good night.
Thank you for the public service announcement. What you got, Chevy guy?
Oh, my goodness. Knuckle Buster, man. What it is, man, just come back to it. Get on here. Let's see if you're a real Marine. We believe you are. Get back on here and bring some, stats. Steve confronted you with stats. And, let us know where you get your ideas from, Steve can only give you what he's got on Google. If he's putting out stats that are incorrect, I'm pretty sure he'd be glad to hear your point of view or your stats. But I imagine if I ran back and forth on I-40 all the time, I'd probably see a whole bunch of box trailers all day long. I would think that's what's being moved. Lord, if you come from my eyesight, I only run interstate maybe 20 miles of a 91-mile run. In my world, everything is chip wagons, log trucks, rock trucks, and flatbeds. So that's how I guess I'd look at that's what's being moved in America. But man, we don't want to lose you, and it's definitely always moving. Yeah, we love you. Yeah, I think we treasure. Don't just because somebody confronts us. You just got to hang in there, and we appreciate you, period.
Yeah, sometimes, always moving, I can say, she's just trying to think outside the box, just thinking out loud, trying to look, how can we try to solve a problem? And, that was an idea that she had, and obviously, a lot of people say, well, no, that's not the way to solve it. No. So.
Yep, frustration from a good woman who just wants to see people stop killing each other.
Yep.
And I'm afraid the only answer there is imprison the country, take our freedom away. And I can't see it. Now let's go back to like the videos you were talking about there. Can you imagine if they made one of my favorite most comic films, and that's Blazing Saddles? I mean, you want to talk about
man. I mean, I can't hardly believe that they even still actually sell that movie. I mean, it's still allowed on the shelves.
I got it a thing out of Walmart. It's still in plastic. It's in my collection because I was thinking, they're not going to allow this too much longer in this climate. But I mean, the movie was what it was. It was there to insult it insults Christians, gays. It insults lesbians. It insults the Klan. It insults the black, the Malcolm X crew.
Everybody.
You name it. Everybody. I mean, if you're an extremist group and you did not get mentioned in there, you just have to feel neglected. You're gonna have to sit back and say we're gonna have to work harder on this. But yeah, it would never be able to get made today.
No.
And we're not laughing at ourselves, are we? And I think that's tonight. We gotta remember that's what we're doing here, man. We're laughing at ourselves. And, you get hurt, whatever. But yeah, knuckle buzzing, really. Just if you've got some other kind of facts or figures, let us know or own up to whatever. But don't go running off.
All right.
Hey, it's been a great show tonight. I've been stone cold wide awake, and I've only got a half a cup of coffee drink so far. It's very good shape. Other than that, and that's the goal for the show. It's just have a good old time.
All right. Well, hey, Chevy Guy, we are up against the clock there. Let's look at it. Hello, Larry Stone. Check it in. I mean, just getting the day started, I guess, but I do see you're on board there. And I see Gary Harris, MOON. Thanks for joining us. And Gary Montgomery, talking about that motorcycle doing 147. If you had a wreck doing 147, they'd essentially have to hose you off the road because that's all that's going to be left. But there we go. We close it out with that on a Tuesday morning. Thank you. Thank you so much for being with us as we pull through another morning. See you back at the midnight hour tonight. Getting ready for Hump Day, right? Join us for another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.